Well, I was out of the tower when John was talking to you guys, so we're getting Junior Lightning down, the last two pair, and no box is going to be switching places with box. So after Junior Lightning, when we get that final pair down, we will be calling non-electronics down. So just so you guys are aware, you'll be coming up next after the Junior Lightning pair. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Well, here we go, guys. We got a pair of cars, a pair of junior dragsters in the lanes, so non-electronics, no box. This is your call to the staging lanes. We are good to go. Non-electronics, come on down to the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, just a quick shout out to Sarah, who's celebrating her 11th 30th birthday. 11 30th birthdays in a row. How about that? Happy birthday, Sarah. Enjoy your 11th 30th birthday. Well, folks, we are burning gasoline. Allison Kime in the left lane, 2004 half scale. Driving with Diggy's Diesel. Adam Katnick in the right lane with Lordco and TK Performance. 792 up on both these cars' boards. Clean launch for Allison in the left lane. Adam Katnick leaving 18th thou ahead of schedule. Allison Kime will be moving on in today's competition. And finally, that concludes the Junior Lightning Elimination Round 1. So coming up next, we have non-electronics class making their way down to the staging lanes right now. Eric Hansen and Josh Klosky now. First up for no box. Josh Klosky in the Blazer, Eric Hansen in the 70 Dodge Dart. 1206 up on the TCS lane, 1164 on the Lordco lane. And for the first run in non-electronics elimination round 1, Josh Klosky leaves 25 thou ahead of schedule, handing over the win light to Eric Hansen at the starting line. Veronica Hodgson now in the 69 Dodge. Jeff Nyland in the 85 S10. Veronica's got some help from Lordco, Jeff from J&K Speed Shop, Curtis Tire, and Scotty's Performance. Hey, just a heads up, racers, as we've had some weather today, make sure that your car is not going to be dropping any wet stuff on our track. So if you have any little hidden puddles anywhere in your car, usually in the trunk sill, that's where we quite often see it. Or looking at a pickup truck right now, if you got any liquids, any water resting in the box of your truck, please make sure that you get it out before you pull onto the racetrack. We're trying to minimize the level of headaches for the starting crew staff. We would appreciate that, guys. Veronica Hodgson took that last run. Jeff Nyland left a little bit early in the S10. Rob Getz and Cyrus Gallant, and it goes to Cyrus in the 1970 convertible Chevelle. Will McLennan now in the 88 Ranger. Roy Roman in the 66 Rambler, the trick-or-treat car in the Lordco lane. Roy Roman with Roman Metalworks, 1120 up on the board. Roy's going to be on the charge. Will's going to be on the chase with 869 up on his board. And he goes red at the starting light, handing over the win light to Roy. Who puts down an 1113 at 118 miles an hour. Chris Stone now in the 68 Dodge in the left lane with Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors. 1028 up on his board. William Wood in the 92 Fox Body Mustang, he calls Ripper. 1045 up on the Lordco board. Chris Stone with the win light lit up. Will Wood leaving 41 thou ahead of schedule. Chris Stone putting down a 1018 at a $128. Jordan Ormsby now in the F body. That's a 99 Firebird lined up next to Jessica Armstrong and her 75 Dodge Dart. Jessica, a lot of help today from 3K Calibrations, Diesel Doctor, Fountain Tire, Lordco, Badass Garage, and DRI Racing. 1330 up on Jessica's board. She'll be leaving first. Jordan Ormsby, 1220, and he left early. I think he saw Jessica leaving and let off the button a little bit early on that one. Or the foot brake if it's a foot brake car. Jessica Armstrong putting down a 1329. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers from the Langley Loafers race, those left in the eliminations. You're on standby for your elimination round 1 in this event. Darren Martin making his way down the track. Lorenz Schwartz on a chase in the Monte Carlo, and he got him. Double breakout situation. Lorenz Schwartz was the lesser offender, 10:19 on the 10:21 Dylan. Brendan Piskacek now in the right lane. Left lane, Nick Barnhart. Couple of hatchback Fox bodies. Well, Brendan Piskacek, a little bit of a leaky situation going on, so Nick Barnhart's going for a solo run. 10:89 on the board. Doesn't have to hold back this run. Puts down a 10:93 at 122 miles an hour. Clean run. Jeff Bell now in the left lane, the 1976 Dodge, lined up next to Dennis Winton, the Lost in Time 4-door car, 66 Chevy Bel Air. 10:53 up on Dennis Winton's board. He's going to get the green light first. Jeff Bell with a 9:57. Jeff Bell, some problems at the starting line, but it didn't really matter in this race for him because Dennis Winton left 39 thou too early. Jeff Bell, win light handed over to him, put down a 12:92 at 107 miles an hour. Mal Peterson in the 68 Acadian Malfunction car. In the Lordco lane, 10:39 up on his board. He'll be leaving first. Brian Heffel in the 71 Chevy Vega. 9:35 up on the TCS board. Big wheels up launch from Mal Patterson, and he left a little bit early. 6th thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Win light for Brian Heffel. Ran a 9:34 on his 9:35 dial-in. Both cars went red. Brian Heffel, the lesser offender. Only 1 thou on the wrong side of the starting line when that tree dropped. Colleen Davis and Don Almas now. 69 Dart purple car in the right lane. Colleen driving the 65 Chevy 2 in the left lane. Colleen driving the Chevy 2 with Skeleton Crew Racing and Lordco. She'll be leaving first. Don will be on the chase. He's got some help today from Driven Paving and Detonator Car Club. Colleen Davis going red on that run. Handing the wind light over to the Lordco lane. 69 Dart will be moving on. Just another reminder to racers, make sure you're checking that your cars are dry. We're talking wheel wells, trunk sills. We don't want any water dropping down when you launch hard off the starting line. Just trying to avoid headaches for the starting line crew. Make sure your cars are nice and dry after the weather this morning before you pull out onto the track. Al Proc in the 70 Plymouth Cuda, 970 up on his board, he'll be on the chase. Kevin McCauley in the G-Body with an 1170 up on the Lordco lane. Al Proc reeling him in. Not quite enough. 1174 on his 1170 dial for Kevin McCauley. That 83 Olds Cutlass moving on today. Steve Sheffer now. 69 Firebird in the left lane. Ralph Ellers in the notchback. 1040 in the left lane. 1079 in the right lane for the Junkyard Dog. Ralph Ellers moving on with that one. 69 Firebird, little too anxious to get to that finish line, left a little bit ahead of schedule. Jamie Wellwood now in the 32 Bantam altered car, driving with TNT Auto Parts and Lordco. 829 up on his board, he'll be on the chase. Colin Moore in the right lane in the 63 Ford Fairlane. $13.91 up on the board for the Fairlane, so he will be taken off way early. Jamie Wellwood will be on the chase to reel him in. See what he can get done before the stripe. Win light Colin Moore put down a 14.15 on the 1391 dial. Danny Long in the 88 Ford Fox Body in the tower lane. Mike Render in the 85 S10 in the right lane. Render driving with Fountain Tire Cold Water Sprites and Lordco today. He'll be on the chase. One of these drivers, substantially better reaction time, and it works in his favor for Mike Render. 54th thou up front, putting down a 1097 at $1.18. Andy Antle, 65 Ford F100 with Antle Towing, in a very unique looking vehicle, lined up next to David Trimble in the 2000 Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers. That's door slammer from the Langley Loafer race. Come on down to the staging lanes for your elimination round 1. Door slammer. Elimination round 1, come on down. And electronics, you're on standby. Andy Antle took that run in his 65 F100. That truck will be moving on today. Put down an 890 on his 885 Dylan. John Van Capel now on the chase with a big wheels up launch for the 66 Chevy 2. Chasing Bobby Ehlers, but Bobby Ehlers went red. Handed over that win light to John at the starting line. That Chevy 2 will be moving on today. Bobby will be parking the Chev Stang. Steve Lowe now in the 77 Skylark, 496 powered unit in the left lane, 1160 up on his board. Steve McKenzie in the right lane in the 1971 Chevelle, 1008 up on the Lordco board. Four bulbs lit and the tree dropping for the Skylark. Steve McKenzie, nice wheels up launch. He's on the chase. And it's going to be Steve Lowe at the finish line. Just a touch of brakes before you hit that stripe. Put down an 1163 on his 1160 Dylan. Solid run. Andy Klosky in the left lane in the strip teaser. That's a 1965 Chevy powered by a 406. 968 up on his board. David Fries in the 2003 Cadillac CTS on the right lane. 1580 up on his board. So he's going to be taking off. Andy's going to be waiting there for quite some time before he gets the green light. Green light for Andy, a wheels up launch, and it's a tidy leave. He is on the chase to hunt down that Cadillac. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. 970 on his 968 Dylan, 129 miles an hour through the quarter-mile trap. The strip teaser moving on today. Scott Winterbottom now in the 1963 Chevy 2. 932 up on his board. Rich Dyes in the right lane in the 73 Nova with Transporters Logistics. And the Nova goes red. Handing over the win light to Rich Dyes, who puts down an 1132 for good measure on his 1115 Dylan. Rich Dyes 73 Nova moving on today. Little Chevelle and Nova action going on. Aiden Ledrette in the left lane. Maurice Blendheim in the right lane. Maurice in the Nova, leaving a bit early on that one. Aiden Ledrette moving on today. broke out, but it didn't matter. His win light was already lit up for him. 1183 on his 1186 dial, 104 miles an hour. Attention, everybody at the track. We have an unauthorized drone flying around at the racetrack. You need to land that drone immediately or it will shut down our racing until it does so. The unauthorized drone pilot, park it or we'll have to shut down the racing until you do so. Okay, I just heard over the radio that we are holding cars until that unauthorized drone is landed. Once again, drone pilot who is flying an unauthorized drone in our track's airspace. You are the person who is holding up the racing right now. Park it, land it, so we can continue on. We cannot keep racing with an unauthorized drone in the air. Once again, drone pilot, unauthorized drone pilot who's just brought it a little bit higher. Just because you go higher doesn't mean we cannot see you. Park it so we can continue our racing. You are holding up the racing today. We have already had enough delays going on via weather. If you're flying the unauthorized drone right now, land it and get it out of here so we could keep going. Well, it seems like the question mark drone has moved on. We're going to continue racing. I don't have any info on this 69 Z28. Nice looking Camaro in the tower lane. Ray Bollinger in the right lane in the 63 Pontiac, driving with Just Mechanical and A&A Custom Brokers. Bollinger passing him, getting ahead and putting down an 1125 on his 1060 dial. That was enough to do it, I guess. Ray Bollinger moving on today. John Tabak in his 1989 Chevy S10 pickup truck. 1053 up on his board. He'll be on the chase. Ryan Ledrette taking off first in the 2017 Dodge 392 Mopar powered car. Driving with Muffler Tech Auto today. Well, how about that? Ryan Ledrette taking off 27th thou early. John Tabak with a perfect light, but it was on the wrong side of the tree. So he technically went red by, but a heck of a lot less. 000 with a 5. 1050 at 126 miles an hour. Colton McNichol now in the left lane in the 72 Chevy Nova. 383 small block stroker powered car lined up next to Rob Hodgson in the 67 Plymouth. 4 bulbs lit. Colton McNichol getting the green light first. Rob Hodgson on the chase. Touch of brake lights before the finish line in the left lane for Colton McNichol, and he takes it. 1144 at 111 miles an hour. Jeff Whitworth now in the 84 S10. 436 small block Chevy powered unit with a 955 up on his board. He'll be on the chase. Russ Mitchell leaving first with that sick looking pipe organ air intake coming out of the hood of that 79 Malibu. 509 powered car. He's got a 1040 up on his board. Russ Mitchell leaving early, handing over the win light to Jeff Whitworth. Little 84 S10 moving on today. Jason Grunlund in the left lane in the 66 Chevelle. Keep your eyes on this thing, folks. It is about to hang the hoops. Grunlund driving with Done Right Performance, 943 up on the board. Manny Ketterer in the right lane in the 1970 Plymouth Cuda. Massive wheels up launch for Jason Grunlund. Unfortunately, that's going to be the last time we get to see that, as he will not be moving on to elimination round 2. Manny Ketterer takes the win on that one. Clean run, 92 thou up front, puts down a 1024 on his 1019 dial. Giovanni Alaperti now. 1986 Chevy S10 in the left lane, 880 up on the board. Dell Northgraves in the blacked out 77 Chevy Nova in the right lane. He'll be taken off first. 1019 up on his board. Giovanni Clean launch. Already got the win light lit up for him, and deserved. 005 reaction time for Giovanni. Solid launch on that run. Del Northgraves leaving a little bit ahead of schedule on that one. Kyle Fredrickson now in the right lane in the 85 GMC Square Body. Tyson Lowe in the left lane in the 84 Camaro. Tyson Lowe, 12:25 up on the board. He'll be on the charge. Kyle Fredrickson, 11:60 up on his board. Kyle Fredrickson, 1160 with an 8 on his 1160 dial-in. Square body taking out the third gen Camaro. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, you're on standby. Electronics on standby. Get ready to come on down. Craig Johnson and Alex Eburn. Johnson left lane in the wagon. Alex Eburn on the chase in the 67 Chevy 2. Reeling him in. Not quite enough. Craig Johnson taking the W on that one. 11:13, 109 miles an hour. Well, guys, the drone has returned again. The unauthorized drone is back flying out around the racetrack. If you are the pilot of said unauthorized drone, land it. Well, I've just become aware of a fun fact. It's up to a $5,000 fine to be flying a drone at an advertised event without a license. So how about that? If you're that drone pilot, just a reminder, land it and get it out of here. You're causing a great deal of annoyance for a lot of people here. So in case you didn't hear me with the racing going on, unauthorized drone pilot, land it. Well, that was Dave Jung closing us out there for the non-electronics elimination round 1 in his 96 Camaro. Put down a 1074 on his 1050 dial-in. Through the quarter-mile trap at 101 miles per hour. And with that being the last run of non-electronics, we'll be moving on to the Door Slammer Elimination Round 1. From the Langley Loafers race, the old-time drags that we had a few weekends ago, which had its own weather catastrophe, so to speak. That was an interesting day for sure. So we're going to get that race wrapped up today. So we got our staging lanes full of door slammers for their elimination round, and then coming up after that, we'll have the electronics class. How about a little door slammer action? Starting us off is James Kennedy in the 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. White car in the left lane, driving with Ken's Specialty Automotive. He's got a 691 up on his board. Ken Christensen in the right lane in the 72 Chevy pickup truck, driving with Old Car Center and Chaotic Customs. Clean launch for James Kennedy, 10th thou up front, but didn't quite get it done. Broke out, drove a little bit too quick in that run. Ken Christensen getting the win light on that one with an 827 on his 826 dial-in. 66th thou off the starting line for Ken. Nice, tidy run. That's what he was looking for that race. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, this is your call to the staging lane. Box, come on down to the staging lane. Attention pits, so that was electronics. Come on down to the staging lanes. Super Combo, you are on standby. Standby Super Combo. Craig Fredrickson and Brian Ritchie now. Craig Fredrickson in the 67 Nova big block Chevy powered unit. Brian Ritchie in the 68 Chevelle, of course driving with Ritchie Racing engines and Green Light Auto Sales. Craig Fredrickson got some help today from Mid-Island Engines from Duncan. He's here from Duncan today. Ritchie is here from Poco, of course. Clean launch for Brian Ritchie. Craig Fredrickson going red at the starting line, handing over the win light to Brian. Puts down a 790 at 167 miles an hour. Craig Fredrickson runs a 712 at 191, but left 29 thou ahead of schedule. Jordan Almas now in the 69 Barracuda. Wearing a paint job that is hard to ignore. Bright orange car in the left lane from Enderby. Powered by a 540. 819 up on his board. Jay Siverston in the right lane in the 2000 Dakota. 772 up on his board. Nice clean launch for both drivers, couple of green lights, and it's gonna be the Dakota. Jay Siverston putting down a 774 at 170 miles an hour. Jordan Almas in the Barracuda broke out, went a little bit too quick on that run. Mark Thompson now in the 54 Stewed. Howie Winklehorst in the 55 Bel Air. $835 up on the board for the 620 cubic inch powered Chevy. Studebaker with a 755 up on his board. Howie Winklehorst does it. Breakout situation for Mark Thompson. Howie Winklehorst, 842 on his 835 dial-in. Only 1 thou separated those two cars at the starting line. When it comes to reaction time, Howie Winklehorst got it done. Poe Freeborn now in that mean-looking 67 Shelby GT500. Lined up next to the little 48 Austin of Zach Joyce. Joyce in the flamed out Austin 766. GT500 714. Freeborn, 15th thou up front. Nice solid launch. And after that little bit of a staging light battle going on there, staging intimidation, he definitely had the quickest reaction time on that run. 723 on his 714 dial-in. The margin between those two cars at the finish line was 4 ten-thousandths of a second. That would have been a good race to watch from down there. Scott Robinson now in the 94 Beretta. 615 powered car. He's got a lot of help today from Rad, Postma Farms, Lordco, JS Power Sports, and thanks to Derek Shirk. 770 up on the TCS board. Ray Russiani in the right lane with Dexy Paz, leaving 9 thousandths of a second ahead of schedule. Red lighting, handing over the win light to Scott Robinson right off the bat. Solid run for Scott Robinson at any rate. 35 thou up front, 776 out back on his 770 dial. Roger Winter now. Roger Winter in the 41 Willys. Yes, if you squint your eyes just right, you can see there is a car attached to that spoiler. He's here with Jim Winter's Collectible Car Appraisals, Lordco, George Criddle, Sauerkraut Cycle, and KJ Racing. Jason Field in the right lane, Purge in the nitrous in his 71 Chevelle. He's here with Richie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. And if you looked closely when he was purging that nitrous, the nitrous purge lights up with green lights. Got some help from TK Performance, On Tap Racing, and Scotty Details. Roger Winter leaving first. Jason Field issues off the starting line. So a clear win light for Roger Winter. 826 on his 819 dial-in, 157 miles per hour through the trap. Paul Stretch and Shane Ledger now. Shane Ledger in the 66 Nova in the right lane. He'll be on the charge. 842 up on his board. Paul Stretch in the 02 Cavalier with mid-island engines. Getting his green light. He's on the chase now. One of these drivers with a much, much better reaction time than the other, but it doesn't quite do it. Shane Ledger takes it. 854 on his 842 dial-in, 151 miles an hour through the trap. Paul Stretch, nice tidy reaction time, 25 thou up front. Didn't quite give it enough in that run. Put down an 827 on his 718 dial-in. Was not a full power run. Otto Schulte now. J-Body in the left lane. He's here from Black Creek, BC with Associated Tire, Hearing Life, Odlum Brown, Georgia Straight Collision, Lordco, and Rondex. Lined up next to the 3rd Gen 92 Firebird of Mike Kenworthy. 10 cubic inches separate these two cars. Cavalier with a 10 cubic inch advantage. Kenworthy with a better reaction time. 11th thou up front, puts down an 827 on his 824 dial-in. 2 thou between those two cars at the finish line. Mike Kenworthy moving on in the door slammer class for elimination round 2. Henry Zacharias in the C1 Corvette. Attention racers and spectators, we have a truck close to the finish line of the track. License plate FY9765. It is a truck that is in a high impact area and you are blocking the vision of the safety crew. So if you own a truck down by the end of the racetrack, I can see it from here in the tower actually. FY9765 is the license plate number. You are blocking the safety crew's view. Double breakout situation in that last run. Henry Zacharias was the lesser offender, so he took the W on that race. Mike Bedsworth now in his 96 Olds. 632 powered car in the left lane. 709 up on his board. Chad Edwin driving the 1982 Chevy S10 in the right lane. Chad Edwin with Ritchie Racing, STR Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat. But Mike Bedsworth does it. He takes it with a 710 on his 709 dial-in. 37 thou reaction time up front. And we got Rod Leclerc now in his 67 Camaro for a competition single. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo. This is your call to the staging lanes for qualifying round 1. Super Combo, come on down to lane 5 and 6. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Junior program, you are on standby. Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning, you guys are on standby for your elimination round number 2. Rod Leclerc in the 67 Camaro put down a 670 at 202 miles an hour. Little G body versus square body S10 action. John Jenkins in the 88 S10 in the left lane. Driving with Steve McKenzie, West Coast Building and Bubba's. Martin Rochelle taking off in his 78 Malibu. Clean launch for Martin Rochelle. 018 at the starting line, stops the timer with a 1088. John Jenkins, tough way to lose a race. Trip zip with a 4 on the wrong side of the starting line. Left that light 4/10,000ths of a second too quick. Lorenz Swartz now in the 83 Monte Carlo Super Sport, driving with Bubba's. Jeff Alder in the right lane in the 1927 Ford. Lorenz Swartz jumping the gun on that run. Handing Jeff Alder the win light. Jeff Alder putting down a 10:13 at 125 miles an hour. That's Ted Buss in the hot rod. 34 Ford taking on the notchback Fox body. $10.36 for the black Mustang. He takes off first. $9.02 for Ted Buss. He's on the chase. Lighten up the wind light. Ted Buss with a 9.08 on his 9.02 dialing. Moving on to a dragster race now. We got Nick Bond in the left lane. piloting his 2003 Cameron dragster. 783 up on his board. Colton Morin in the right lane with Morin Motorsports. 765 up on the Lordco board. Colton Morin took that race, 777 on his 765 dial-in. Nick Bond broke out a little bit too quick on that run. Richard Love now, 1987 dragster. He's here from a Soyuz. Very unique looking car. 905 in the left lane. Jeff Bell in the 76 Dodge. Wheels up launch for Jeff Bell. Richard Love leaving 2,000 early, handing over the win light to Jeff. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior program, I put you guys on standby earlier. Well, now is your call to the lanes. Junior Street, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Thunder, come on down to lane 1. And Junior Lightning in lane 2. Once again, juniors, come on down to the staging lanes. Street, 3 and 4. Thunder, 1. Lightning, 2. Mark Mascant in the 77 Monza took that one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We just called the juniors to come on down to the staging lanes. Top Comp, you are on standby. Standby, Top Comp. Cam Shantz took that race in his 27 Roadster. 884 on his 885 dial-in. Greg Dowdy, 816 with an 8 on his 816 dial-in, but he left 31 thou ahead of schedule. Emily Gerard now in the dragster. Chris Stone in the left lane. Emily Gerard driving with Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So we have Top Comp on standby right now. We're going to go ahead and put Fuel Altereds on standby also. So Top Comp and Fuel Altereds, you are on standby. Emily Gerard took that last run, 7:17 on her 7:16 dial-it. Nice tidy run. This run, it's going to be Jason Gibson. Locking down a 791 on his 786 dial. Steve Veach cleaning off the tires, getting them nice and sticky in his 72 Duster. 1090 up on his board. Derek Shirk in the right lane in the red dragster. 727 up on his board. He'll be on the chase. Derek Shirk going red on that one. Steve Veach with the win light. 1134 on his 1090 dial-in. Mike Robinson in the 27 Hot Rod in the tower lane. Cody Marshall in the 69 Nova in the spectator lane. Driving with Marshall's Mechanical. One of these drivers with quite a bit better of a reaction time, and it pays off for Mike Robinson in the 27 Roadster. Put down a 923 on his 921 dial-in. Mike Robinson moving on to the next round. Emma Debris going red in that run. Brad Powell moving on. Both drivers went red, actually. Brad Powell with the lesser offender. Left only 6th thou early. Kevin Garlock now in the 2nd Gen 71 Camaro in the tower lane. Aaron Young in the dragster in the right lane. Very similar leave times for both these drivers, and Aaron Young takes it. Kevin Garlock with a breakout situation. Aaron Young, nice tidy run. Puts down a 780 on her 778 dial-in. Kevin McNichol in the 67 Nova, lined up next to Brody Soares in the 03 Cavalier. Kevin McNichol with the green light first, Brody Soares on the chase. Kevin McNichol with the better reaction time, 13th thou up front, pays off in his favor. 988 on his 982 dial-in.
Well, here we are. Round one of box or electronics. Shea Svetic and Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson in the right lane, 79 Malibu. The G-Body wagon. Dialed in 1108. Shea Svetic dialed in at 878. She's definitely got her work cut out for her. Easy win light for Craig Johnson. He was 30 thou on the starting line. Shea Svetic kind of missed the tree. So that'll put Craig Johnson through to round number 2. So 2 more for you, Ron Fawcett and Mike Stewart now. Mike Stewart. Bucky over there in the right lane, dialed 1008 behind the wheel of his 67 Chevy 2. Ron Fawcett in the slightly altered. Making use of a throttle stop, dialed in an 894. Stewart with the starting line advantage and the win. Winds up 10-11 on the 10:08 dial. Ron Fawcett's lights started with a 2. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. We're making the call for top comp to the staging lanes, please. Top comp, come on down. Jeremy Soares had the best reaction time through qualifying rounds. That earned him the potential buy, and sure enough, we have an odd number of cars in the field today, so he gets the freebie. A free look at 738, and he goes 739. That'll definitely work. So it looks like Super Combo. Kalen Wadden out of Kelowna, BC in a 2019 Hellcat. Now, this is not your average Super Combo car. So in Super Combo, it's basically a combination of 3 classes: Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comb. Respective indexes of those 3 classes would be 1090, 990, and 890. So we're going to see the majority of these guys choose 1090. So Kalen Wadden way under the 1090 index with a 1027. Sylvia Hoogston's on the safe side with an 11-second flat run. That's going to bring up Warren Jacobson. So I was saying we got Herman Chan and Warren Jacobson now. Warren Jacobson, reigning Super Combo champ, left side of the racetrack. Hey, so listen up, racers. Just pay special attention. As far as the run order goes, you can just kind of chuck that to the side at this point in the day. We are so far behind schedule that changes are going to be made to the run order. So we've already altered it. So don't make any assumptions. Do your very best to listen to the PA. We'll do our very best to give you a standby call, give you a heads up as to what's coming. But at this point, you can kind of disregard the published run order for today. Warren Jacobson is under but closer. 1089 with a 5. Herman Chan on the safe side, 1096. Now Emily Gerard and Martin Rochelle. So Emily Gerard trying to go 890. Martin Rochelle trying to go 1090. Both drivers very solid on the starting line. Emily with a 10 light, Rochelle with a 13 light, and at the finish line, they're both 400ths above the respective indexes, 894 and 1094. And here we go, round number 2, Junior Street, back to eliminations. Owen Harvey in the right-hand lane, behind the wheel, the green Ford pickup truck, dialed in at 1035. Jimmy Vandenberg, tower side, driving the Pontiac Firebird, dialed in 922. At the 8th mile, your winner is Jimmy Vandenberg, 927 on the 922 dial. Owen Harvey had the starting line advantage, got to the finish line first, but is under by 6 thousandths of a second. So he breaks out, making Jimmy Vandenberg your automatic winner. So Jimmy will be moving on to round number 3. Two more now. Jenna Monroe and McKenna Thompson. Jenna Monroe, left side, dialed in 1086. McKenna Thompson, right lane, dialed 920. So Jenna turns it fairly red, 082 red. McKenna Thompson was 142 on the starting line, but is racing towards her win light. Goes 934 on the 920 dial. Final pair of round 2. Tony Mickle is going to take on Cash. Standby call goes out to Triple Index. Triple Index, this is your standby call. Attention in the pits. Triple Index, this is your standby call. Tony Mickle, along with Cash. Couple of green lights. Cash looks to be in front. Takes the stripe and turns the win light on. 921 on the 9 flat dial. Tony Mickle, 1036 on the 1023. So Cash is coming back. So that'll do it for round number 2 of Junior Street. Here comes round 2 of Junior Thunder. Junior Thunder. First pair of round 2 is going to look like this. Jack Green and Pearson Moss. Pearson Moss in the right lane, dialed 1190. Jack Green in the left lane, dialed 12 flat. So 1/10 of a second will separate them at the starting line. That'll be the handicap. Couple of green lights. Jack Green out in front for now. Is he going to be able to stay there? Yes, he is. 12:03 on the 12 flat dial. Pearson Mass a little closer ET wise, 1192 on the 1190. But Jack Green with the advantage on the starting line, so it's a whole shot win. Now Nate Green, part of Green Brothers Racing. Nate going to follow up his brother Jack in the left lane. Nate Green, dialed 895. Kira Harder in the right lane, dialed in at 1235. So 2.4 seconds will be the handicap start for the right lane. Green lights, both sides of the racetrack at the finish line. It is Kira Harder, 1236 on the 1235. Nicely done. Nate Green getting to the stripe first, but is under by just 0.06 of a second. Now Owen Armstrong and Alex Green. Alex Green, Division 6 Junior Driver of the Year for 2025. Very prestigious NHRA award. Owen Armstrong had a little excitement this morning in round number 1. Managed to get through. Here he is in round number 2. So Owen Armstrong, left lane, there he goes. Dialed in at 12:20. Alex Green doing the chasing, dialed at 9:02. Finish line says Owen Armstrong is moving on. He was 0.57 on the starting line. Then gets there second by 4 thou. But he's on the safe side of his 12:20 dial. Alex Green running under the 9:02 prediction. So Owen Armstrong coming back. Now Ashton Katnick and Danica Harder. Danica Harder in the right lane, dialed 12:05. Ashton Katnick dialed 9:02. Ashton Katnick is your winner. Danica Harder turned it red by just 11,000ths of a second. So Ashton Katnick with a basically a free look at 9:02, goes 9:08. Yes, we did. Noah Alapurdy now. So, test run for this young man. Goes 15:08, 42 miles an hour. Those numbers may not sound overly fast, especially compared to some of the stuff we're sending down the drag strip this weekend, but to a very young man, 15:08 at 42 can be pretty exciting. Now we go to Junior Lightning. Once the junior dragster competitors turn 13 years old, they can make the step up to Junior Lightning. So apparently we are missing Dane LeKelt. Dane LeKelt, we need you to the staging lanes. Dane LeKelt, this is your call to the lanes, please. Dane LeKelt, please report to staging. Hunter Gallant with the bye here in round number 2. 2017 innovation-built junior dragster. Dialed in at 792. Car leaves well. Hunter doing a great job on the starting line. Goes 0-15 in the reaction time department. Then 793 with a 5 on the 792 dial. Adeline Duda and Allison Kine. Allison, right-hand side of the racetrack. Lordco lane is dialed in at 794. Adeline Duda, left side or TCS side of the racetrack, dialed 791. So just 3 100ths. The difference in the dials. Should see right lane moving first. That didn't exactly happen. So Adeline Duda turns the wind light on, one above, 792 on the 791 dial. Adeline doing a fine job on the starting line with an 0-12 reaction time. Going to make a call now for Stefan Robert. Stefan Robert, this is your call to the lanes for top comp. Stefan Robert, please report to staging. Bentley Johnson and Isabella Marshall. Isabella Marshall dialed in at 8.1 seconds. Over there in the right-hand lane, Bentley Johnson dialed 794. So 1/100th of a second, the difference in reaction times. The better light got the win light. Isabella Marshall was 0-32 to start things off, then 8-12 on the 810 dial. Bentley Johnson to the finish line first by 23 thousandths to find himself under by just 4 thousandths. So that'll do it for round number 2 of juniors.
And our grandstands are quite a bit more filled up than they were earlier, so I'm going to remind you guys, down past the finish line on the north side of the track, we have Drift to Gift going on. So race fans, if you're looking for a little more adrenaline today, Drift to Gift is happening from 12 to 7 p.m. For just $40, you can hop in for a ride along with one of our drift drivers and experience drifting from inside the car. And the best part, your ride supports a great local cause. Proceeds from Drift to Gift will benefit Mission Memorial Hospital through the Fraser Valley Healthcare Foundation, helping fund much-needed equipment for our local hospital. So head on down there, hang on tight, and turn some sideways fun into support for our community. Drift to Gift, going on 12 to 7 p.m. Still plenty of time to get down there. I'm sure they have enough tires to cook through. $40 per ride, and it is sure to be a solid, good fun time.
So pretty good looking crowd out there, and it continues to build. I see a steady stream of cars making their way onto the property. So thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We are very glad to have you. This is Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026. And man, have we got a show for you. Last night, this place was absolutely fabulous. Jet car show all went off without a hitch. The game plan is to do that all over again for you, not just once, but twice. So as I was just mentioning, some great stuff coming up. The game plan at this point, obviously, we're going to have to play with the run order a little bit to try and make it work as best we can with what's left of the day. But the next class you're going to see go down the track is going to be Top Comp. Following Top Comp will be Triple Index. Then we're going to move to the Awful Alters. We've got a couple of AA fuel alters here on the property. And that'll be the beginning of the big show. The fuel alters, all the exhibition cars, followed by jet cars. And then we've got a couple of pro mods along with Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. We've also got a motorcycle stunt show that is going to take place following the first rotation of all the exhibition cars. So some great stuff coming up. If you just got here, you have excellent timing. So obviously today has been just one of those days where we have really struggled weather-wise. Well, we actually haven't struggled. I'd say we've done very well. Tried the track, 300 or 400 times. Here we are, 5:30 p.m. Lots of great stuff coming up. So for all you fans over on the spectator side, just want to make sure you're well aware that you're more than welcome to come on over here to the pit side. Lots of great stuff to see. Obviously, all the pitted race cars. Number of vendors over here. Of course, the Pro Shop is where you would find event t-shirts. Want to definitely check that out in addition to the event t-shirts. All kinds of great stuff available in the Pro Shop. Top Comp. Pretty cool class. Here's where we begin to, well, step it up. As we progress through stuff, we're going to see more smoke, more fire, and more thunder. Dave Kowalski and Jay Severston. Severston, kind of an ex-pro mod guy that now seemingly has gotten hooked on bracket racing. He's over there, right-hand lane, in the 2000 Dodge Dakota. Dials in at 493. Dave Kowalski, tower side, will give up 0.3 of a second dial-wise. He's going to be doing the chasing. Both cars pre-staged. Severston in the right lane lights the third bolt. Kowalski lights the fourth. Here we go. A couple of green lights, only 7th thou apart. Severston to the stripe first, but breaks out. 492 on the 493. Dave Kowalski comes up 496 on the 463 dial. He was off the gas and coasting, but got to watch his wind light turn on. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Triple index. Triple index. This is your call to the lanes. Triple index. This is your call to the staging lanes, please. Triple index. Come on down. So Cam Shantz and Aaron Young. Aaron Young in the dragster, and she's going to get chased. While not super rare, it's not the most common thing between a door car and a dragster that the door car would be the one doing the chasing. But that's going to be the case here. Cam Shantz in his 1937 Chevrolet. Easy win for Aaron Young. Cam Shantz, I'm not sure what was going on the starting line, but he was very, very late and then got off the gas and gave up on the run. Aaron Young goes 5:23 off the gas and coasting. Saw that she had lots of room to work with. And we go door car versus dragster once again. Brian Ritchie. Brian Ritchie in the black Chevelle. 5:05, the prediction in the left lane. Monique Ambrosi. From Plainfield, Indiana. Driving a JBS dragster. Monique in the right lane dialed 445. Brian Ritchie dialed 505. In this case, it will be the dragster doing the chasing. Brian Ritchie turns it red by 0.006 of a second. Wind light on for Monique. Went 446 on the 445 dial, and she'll be back for round 2. Now Kimberly Youngkind. For Comox Valley Excavating, Kimberly driving Poe Freeborn's dragster. Recently acquired this car from the Giletti family. Kimberly dialed 433. It's Mike Kenworthy in the right lane. He's dialed 526. This should go his way. Whoa. Kenworthy puts it dead on with a 3. Taking 0.3 of a second. Kimberly missed the tree with a 140 light. Then comes up 452 on the 433. Kenworthy almost handing it back over. Jason Gibson with the win over Logan Bell. Gibson 17 on the starting line, then dead on with a 0 at the finish line, taking 17 thou. Logan Bell was 27 on the tree, then one above, 453 on the 452 dial. So Jason Gibson in his new car, turning on wind lights. 2 more dragsters. Justin Bond over here tower side. Mr. JBS equipment himself. And for Rad Torque Systems, Greg Dowdy over in the right lane. Dowdy dialed 514. Justin Bond dialed 445. Justin Bond with the win light. Bond was trip zip on the starting line. Perfect light for Justin Bond. Then one above with a 7. That makes him 17 thou total. Gonna make the call now for Rob Getz. Rob Getz. We need you to the staging lanes for triple index. Rob Getz. We need you now. Lincoln Shirk and G. Van Brar. G. Van Brar. Right-hand lane dialed 476. Lincoln Shirk. The white dragster, tower side, dialed 486. We just did. Rob Getz. This is your call to the staging lanes. Rob Getz, come on down. So Lincoln Shirk was 2 thou up front, then 1 above at the finish line. G. Van Brar, 032, then 481 on the 475. So Lincoln Shirk coming back. Now Brad Powell and Scott Robinson. Brad Powell turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second. Scott Robinson with a free look at 497 puts it dead on. 497 with a 6. Here comes the number 1 qualifier, Dane LeKelt, left side. In a 2001 LeKelt built dragster. Emma DeBree-Coos in the right lane. Driving a 1992 Victory dragster. It's only 38 years old. Definitely broken in by now, I would think. So Emma dialed 535. Dane LeKelt dialed 407. Is going to have to hang around on the starting line for a while. But gets a free look at 407 as Emma DeBree-Coos turns it red. Maybe a good thing. LeKelt goes 401 on the 407 dial. So I'm going to say underestimated the air available out there. It was 0.992 to the 60 foot. So 401, 182 miles an hour for Dane LeKelt in the left lane. Now Nick Bond and Jeremy Soares. So Nick watched Dad get through. Nick Bond dialed 495. Jeremy Soares in the right lane dialed 469. Well, yes, he can. He's going to join his dad in round number 2. Nick Bond, 494 on the 495. Wins the double breakout. Nick Bond under by 9 thousandths of a second. Jeremy Soares taking 8 thou at the stripe, finds himself under by 20 thou. So as mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, got fuel altereds in the lanes behind the tower, and we've also got our jet cars rolling in. So the big show coming up soon. Might want to make yourself comfy. Get yourself a nice place to watch the show from in the grandstand. Colton Morin and Emily Gerard, a couple of mission regulars. Emily in the right lane, Colton in the left. Colton will lead first, down 495. Emily dialed 455. Emily puts it dead on with a 7 to take the win. Colton getting there first by 22 thou, just to find himself under by 3 thousandths of a second. Door car versus door car now. Ken Orser and Paul Soares. Paul Soares, tower side. 55 Chevy. Ken Orser, right lane. 2006 Pontiac GTO. Originally a comp eliminator car. Campaigned by Bob Marshall. We're going heads up. 479, the prediction, both sides of the racetrack. What do you think, Mike? Who you taking?
Ooh, that's a tough call. I'm a big shoebox guy, so I'm going for the left lane on this one. And I was incorrect in that prediction. Ken Orser takes it. 482 on his 479 dial-in. Paul Soares a little bit behind on that one. 501.
Well, Paul Soares did have the starting line advantage, but could not convert it into a win. So it's going to be Ken Orser coming back for round number 2. And now a competition single. So Andy Hatton should be in the right-hand lane. Brandon Thomas in the left side, or in the left lane rather, a JBS dragster. Goes 438 on the 437 dial. And now another competition single. So unlike a buy run, both the single that we just saw and this single right now are competition singles. What that means is they were, as per the ladder, scheduled to run another competitor. That competitor unable to make the call here at round number 1. Turning it into a competition single for their competition. Derek Shirk should be taking on Stefan Robert. Robert, I'm told, blew up the engine last night. Packed up and went home. Shirk 0-13 on the tree, then dead on with an 8 at the finish line. So triple index. So I'm not sure how many times we've watched Jan Christensen and Tyler Smith pair off this weekend, but it's been a few already. They were the final round at Door Wars, if I remember correctly. And they are first round opponents here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So very, very small field in triple index here this weekend. I believe it's just 4 cars. Just 5 thou difference in reaction time at the finish line. It is Tyler Smith moving on. In a double breakout, Tyler Smith was the lesser offender. Jan Christensen had a small starting line advantage. Tyler Smith able to make it work at the finish line. So Tyler Smith going to the final round. That's what happens when you only have 4 cars. You start off in your semifinal round. So he's going to face one of these 2 guys, Mark Muscant or Rob Getz. Rob Getz is in the right lane, 750, the prediction for the Ford pickup. There goes Mark Muscant working on a 650 prediction. Rob Getz had the starting line advantage, ate up too much real estate at the stripe, puts it under. Goes 742, Mark Muscant 652. And going to the final round to face Tyler Smith. And that'll do it for Triple Index, Mike. I do believe we've got the Awful Altereds coming our way.
Oh, yes, we do. Loud and Fast is the name of the game with the Awful Altereds. Hold your ears, folks, or get your earplugs ready, because these nasty machines are about to make a loud pass down our drag strip. There's nothing that gets the adrenaline going quite like nitro, and we're about to see a whole lot of it cooking its way down the strip.
So we're getting into the big part of the show. Might want to find yourself a good seat in the grandstand. Got jet cars behind the tower getting ready to go. Got a double B funny car on the property, DRI Racing. A Nostalgia Fuel Dragster. Six Top Fuel Harleys in competition here this weekend.
So last night during the event, the Mission City Fire Department was out here. They brought out ladder truck number 1, and they were doing their Fill the Boot charity for muscular dystrophy. They ended up raising $3,000 plus, which was really good to see. We had a killer turnout, and we're shaping up to a pretty nice looking crowd for this event today. Different sort of charity event going on right now, and it's only going on for another hour and 7 minutes. I'm talking about the Drift to Gift. Drift to Gift from 12 to 7 p.m. 7 p.m. is when it shuts down. For just $40, you can hop in and go for a ride along with one of our drift drivers and experience drifting from inside the car. The best part about it is your ride supports a great local cause. Proceeds from Drift to Gift will benefit Mission Memorial Hospital through the Fraser Valley Healthcare Foundation, helping fund much-needed equipment for our local hospital. So come on out, hang on tight, and turn some sideways fun into support for our community. Only going on until 7 p.m., $40 per ride. And if you look down the track towards the finish line, on the right-hand side of the track, you see the Lordco board behind. There's a bit of a cloud of smoke going on down there. That cloud of smoke has been going on basically since 12 p.m. today. Those are drift tires being cooked up if you want to be a part of that action. That's happening until 7 p.m. On this end of the track, we have a ton of action coming up. Jet cars, jet cars, jet cars. Nitro altereds. Going to be a heck of a good time at the whole track. Just wanted to thank everybody for coming out, supporting us here at the track. You guys are in for a real treat. We got a real nice show.
So I do believe we are just about ready to get going here. Once again, great looking crowd out there. So happy to have you with us. Big welcome to everybody tuned into the live stream. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026 here at the River Valley Drag Strip of Mission Raceway Park. Here come our awful altereds. Shane Harder and Todd Mickle. Mickle out of Spokane, Washington. In a Fiat Topolino. That'll be in your right-hand lane. Shane Harder. The 23 Model T Ford Altered. I'm sure Ford had absolutely no part of it. The Nasty Benjamin. Blood, Sweat, and Nitro over there in the right-hand lane. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mission Raceway Park fans, are you ready for a little smoke, fire, and thunder? Put your hands together. Let's make some noise for these guys. The unmistakable sound of nitromethane. Nothing's really got to pop out the exhaust like nitro does. So the driver's getting backed up from the burnouts. Shane Harder, left side of the racetrack out of Wenatchee, Washington. Both cars pre-staged. Shane Harder lights the third bulb, waiting on Todd Mickle. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Mickle with the early lead, but it is Shane Harder that turns it into a win. Well, 590 getting there ahead of 665. How about that? Shane Harder was 1 second exactly to the 60-foot. Todd Mickle had the starting line advantage, so was out front for a while, but Shane Harder had it made up by 330 feet. And then just started to truck right along. At 1,000 feet, he was doing 226 miles an hour at the finish line, quarter-mile finish line, doing 224. So I'm going to say the car was going away a little bit there on the top end. But nice side-by-side opening pair. How about that, folks? Give them a hand. So starting line crew and safety out there checking the surface. Did have a, well, minimal amount of oil left down on the surface by the Nasty Benjamin car. Well, have a look up at the top end. Those the drift cars are just having no mercy on those tires. There's big clouds of smoke up there right now. See us. What is that supposed to mean? So the Red Dragon car coming up, Tom Padilla out of Arlington, Washington.
So pretty tidy run for Shane Harder in Nasty Benjamin. Car fell off a little bit at the big end, but hey, 224 miles an hour, who's complaining? Shane wanted to give his wife a little shout out. I couldn't do this without my beautiful wife, he says. Now we got Tom Padilla up from Arlington, Washington. In the Red Dragon car he calls the Mob. Whole lot of wheel wobble going on there. Car skipped a little bit sideways in the burnout and shook up that front end pretty good. Tom Padilla. Tom Padilla, my mistake. Driving along with RPM Signs and JB Sandblasting today. Pulling the car into the pre-stage beams right now for another fast and loud run.
Padilla 664, 152 miles an hour, coasting off the gas, and it's a good thing. I think he definitely would have collected a timing block had he not decided to give up on it. So thanks for that. Wise choice. Was doing 181 at the 8th mile, 183 at 1,000 feet, and down to 152 at the quarter mile. Well, makes it off the racing surface under his own power.
Well, that pass was a couple fistfuls of car. Had to get out of it. Started wandering a little bit on him. Kept it nice and straight, nice and clean out the big end of the racetrack.
AA fuel altereds, also known as the awful altereds. And, well, that's because they handle so well. Those things are an absolute handful to try get down the quarter-mile drag strip. Which, of course, lends to them being a great show. So we're going to continue to burn some nitromethane. A nostalgia fuel dragster coming up for you now, ladies and gentlemen. This is like going back in time. Obviously a Canadian entry. Don't have any info in the computer on this guy, so we're lacking team name and so forth, but based on the crew shirts, they're sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts.
So this car, front engine dragster, is a nitro small block car. And if you look at the driver position, kind of try to use your imagination of where the differential is on this car. The pumpkin is basically, you pretty much hang your legs over it. Part of the drivetrain sits directly below your knees. Hang on, put all your weight on the loud pedal, and let her rip.
Here we go. Rolling into the stage beams. Not able to make a full pull. 8th mile numbers was a 440 at 167. Through the finish line, 7:02 off the gas and coasting at 155. Was doing 176 miles an hour at the 1,000-foot mark. Here comes Sweet Berry Wine. Absolutely gorgeous car coming at you in the right-hand lane.
Give them a hand,
round.
guys. Give them a hand, guys. That's the crew from the front engine dragster, the Lordco car. Daniel Rodrigue coming up, DRI Racing. In the Sweet Berry Wine funny car. C3 Corvette bodied funny car. That car is entirely 0% Corvette. Nostalgia funny car, an absolutely gorgeous machine.
So Dan Rodrigue taking the burnout to just past the 330-foot timing block. It's all part of the fun. By the time he gets it woed up, he is beyond the 8th mile finish line. So he's got a little ways to back that thing up. So again, we want to thank our partners in crime, so to speak, Mission Fire and Rescue. Giving us a hand here. They're wetting down the trees and bushes behind the starting line in anticipation of the jet cars coming up. But for now, the ex-Tyson Wells Corvette. Great to see this car back out. Gorgeous new paint job. So not sure what happened, but did see the shutter down signal from the crew chief. Believe there might be a minor amount of fluid underneath them. So the correct decision was made to shut them off. So tough break for the DRI crew, but no doubt they will take it back to the pit and get it dealt with. So again, jet cars coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Mission Fire and Rescue on board with us. So starting line crew just doing a little tidying up to the race surface over there in the right-hand lane. Jet cars coming up next, folks. So if you do not yet have a good place from which to take in the show, you want to go get that taken care of.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. One second.
I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate, the car battery auto techs prefer.
These shocks have really impressed me. First of all, the clearance. I didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I'm actually driving a truck. The suspension has made a huge difference for off-roading. I feel like with these shocks, I can go anywhere, and I'm really excited to go venture out and do some trails that I was maybe not so sure about before. I feel like now I can go anywhere and do anything.
Just wanted to take a minute and give a special thanks to our Mission Fire Rescue Service. Also, a bit of an announcement. They're making a call out. They say, join our team. They're now recruiting POC, paid on-call firefighters. If that's something that interests you, they're looking for more people to join Mission Fire Rescue Service. Got to be 18 years of age or older, high school graduation or equivalent, driver's license, physically fit for the position of a firefighter. But yeah, if you guys are interested in joining the fire department, they have an information session going on at Mission Fire Station number 1 on Wednesday, September the 9th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Applications will be accepted until September 14th. If that's something that interests you, paid on-call firefighter positions are available. They are now recruiting. Well, with the fire truck backing up, you guys can get a bit of a better view at the Tomahawk car sitting under the bridge there. The Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. 2002 Camaro body on it. Powered by a Pratt & Whitney J60. Top ET in mile per hour, 595 at 273 miles per hour. Derek Snelson is going to be piloting that beast today. By day, he's a track operator at Renegade Raceway. By night, he rips this thing down drag strips. Originally from Anchorage, Alaska. Here to put on a show for us today at Mission Raceway. These jet cars are an absolute blast to watch. Some of the coolest part about watching these jet cars is when they're lining up, pulling up to the staging beams. The punch and the blasts that come out of the back end of these cars produce quite a shockwave. Every single time these things pass, when they're pulling up to stage, it shakes the glass in the tower pretty violently.
They definitely put the smoke, fire, and thunder into smoke, fire, and thunder, so to speak. So we're just putting the final touches back on the surface. Then we go to the first pair of jet cars. So again, thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We are absolutely ecstatic to have you with us this evening. Day number 2 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026 here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Tomahawk and the Pyromaniac should be making up our first pair. Tractor is coming off. That's always a good sign. When you see the equipment leaving the race surface, you know that we're near ready to go. So again, big welcome to everybody in the stands, everybody on the property, and everybody watching the live stream from wherever that may be. Got to thank Lordco Auto Parts. A big part of our ability to live stream everything we do here at Mission Raceway Park. Just remember, check out Lordco TV.
Well, with these two jet-powered funny cars pulling on the track, who in the crowd tonight wants to see a jet car drag race? Come on, guys. Last night's crowd was louder than that. Let's try that again. Who wants to see a jet car drag race? There we go.
You know, that was much better, but... So we got 2 drivers, one from Powell Butte, Oregon, one from Parker, Washington. Let's let them really hear how Mission Raceway Park race fans can make some noise, okay? On the count of 3, let's really turn it up. 1, 2, 3. Much better.
That's more like it.
So each jet car comes up here with its own support vehicle, provides the power to get them fired up. Support vehicles will then make their way down the drag strip, get out of the way, and the show will begin. So best numbers for the Tomahawk car in the right lane has been as quick as 595 at 273 miles an hour. So Richard Smith, the driver of the Pyromaniac car that you see in the left lane, basically going to make a run in this. Then he'll come right back around and jump into his dragster. All right, folks. Here we go. Time to start making some noise.
Yes, these jet cars are switching from arrivals to departures. Give the support cars a wave as they drive by, guys.
So here comes the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. That side-by-side 6-second full pulls Richard Smith 6:04, 262 miles an hour. Right beside him, Derek Snelson 6:24, 253 miles an hour. We saw the flames the whole way down the track. How about that?
Here comes the Bone Shaker. This is a horse of a different breed, so to speak. So those cars that just ran, lightweight, definitely smaller jet engines. If you're looking for the biggest fireball out of a vehicle you've ever seen, well, you're about to see it. In fact, if you look underneath the bridge, despite having the trees behind the track, behind the starting line there, all hosed down, this thing kind of toasted the leaves a little bit yesterday. We're in for a big show today. This thing is 29 feet long, 7,000 pounds, between 80 and 100 gallons of fuel consumed during one run. This truck is capable of reaching speeds in excess of 300 miles per hour on airport runways. You want to talk horsepower? How about 18,000 of them? Max thrust, 12,000 pounds. Max thrust of this thing with the afterburner is 36,000 pounds.
And we have ignition. Come on, folks, let's make a little noise for the Bone Shaker. Do you want to see some big fire? Well, this truck can deliver. I'm starting to feel sorry for the trees behind the starting line. Here we go again.
And spectators, if you're anywhere around the starting line, you're about to feel the heat coming off of this thing. That's not what we're talking about. There we go. That's what we're talking about.
Rick Kopp in the Bone Shaker, 198.41 miles an hour. Just missed the 200-mile-an-hour mark, but nice looking show there. What do you think, people? Put your hands together for the Bone Shaker. So almost 9 seconds exactly. 198 miles an hour. 7,000 pounds that thing weighs. It's not easy to get something that heavy moving fast. Good rating. So we got a couple of very young ladies in the tower with us. One of them's 2, one of them's 4. The comment from the 4-year-old was 100% cool. I would tend to agree with that statement. So here we go, 2 more. The Hyperfire Jet Dragster and the Hocus Pocus Jet Funny Car. Not just any Jet Funny car, it's a 67 Nova body. That's kind of cool. Oh, excuse me, 66. Not a whole bunch of difference there, but so it's going to be Mark Stevens, and as I mentioned earlier, Richard Smith back up. Richard Smith, driver of the Pyromaniac Funny Car, is now going to make a hit in the Hyperfire Jet Dragster.
So just for a little power to weight comparison for you, the truck that we just saw, the Bone Shaker, 12,000 pounds of thrust, 36,000 pounds of thrust with the afterburner. That's a 7,000 pound vehicle. Now this Hocus Pocus Jet Funny Car that we have in front of us, 9,000 pounds of thrust, but the car only weighs 1,400 pounds.
Attention in the pits, listen up in the pits, little heads up. Standby call going out to Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods, this is your standby call. Once again, Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods, this is your standby call. So motorcycle stunt show coming up. They put on a great show last night. They're back behind the tower in the staging lanes, getting warmed up right now. And here we go. Gonna fire up our final pair of jet cars. Not final for the night, just final for this rotation. We'll be bringing them back out a little bit later on. Hey, Mission Raceway Park, are we ready to do this? Here we go. Richard Smith, right-hand lane. How about 5.88 seconds, 269 miles an hour. Nice looking run over there in the right-hand lane. Mark Stevens, left side, behind the wheel of Hocus Pocus. 6.73, 238 miles an hour. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had an on-track incident up at the top end. The best thing everybody can do is just kind of stay out of the way. Safety is on their way to respond. The safety crew here at Mission Raceway Park, for the most part, made up of off-duty firefighters. And as soon as we have any reliable information to pass on, we will certainly do so. But for now, we need to just stay out of the way. Well, I do have some good news to pass on, ladies and gentlemen. The driver, Mark Stevens, out of the Hocus Pocus car, is out of the car. He is conscious. Safety, obviously, he's going to be further assessed, but he is out of the car. He is conscious, so that's great news to hear. So obviously we are going to be down for a little bit. So we're going to have some cleanup to take care of up there at the top end. But again, just want to pass on what is great news. Mark Stevens is out of the car. He is conscious. He's going to be checked out, further assessed. So I do believe the game plan at this point is to move the motorcycle stunt show up a little bit. So that should work. We'll bring out the motorcycle stunt team. They can keep you entertained while we take care of the track up at the top end.
Well, we got another treat for you guys. Make some noise and welcome the Della crew. These stunt riders are about to put on a show for you guys. You're going to hear a heck of a lot of V-twin action, a heck of a lot of rev limiter, and see a whole lot of tire smoke. Give it up for the Della crew, guys. So generally when you think about bikes doing stunts, you kind of think dirt bikes, maybe even sport bikes. These Harley riders, very talented riders, can stand their heavy Harley Davidson up. 12 o'clock wheelies. These guys make these bikes look very lightweight.
The Dela Cruz stunt team putting on a great show for you there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give these guys a little bit of encouragement. Let's make a little noise. Let them know you want to see them push it a little bit harder. So have you ever wondered how long a Harley V-twin would survive on the rev limiter? Well, now you have some idea. They are merciless on these bikes. Wheelies and stoppies. All kinds of tire smoke. These guys make Harley Davidsons look like little lightweight 125 dirt bikes. So if you were planning on doing the drift to gift today, well, you're out of time. That is over. We want to thank everybody who did take part in the fundraising effort. Great job, everybody. So impressive show these guys are putting on. And he lays it down. Come on, let's hear you, folks. These guys are letting it all hang out. See if there's anything left to the back tire. Well, a little bit. show continues. The Dela Cruz stunt team absolutely beating on these machines. They are leaving nothing on the table, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking we got a flat tire on the back of the orange bike. Looks that way. Are you surprised? I'm not surprised, not even in the least. They are almost done, I'm thinking, but you can probably encourage them to do a little more. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. Dela Cruz stunt team. So great show, boys. Let's make some noise one more time for them. Dela Cruz stunt team, Mission Raceway Park. Let them know you appreciate a good show. So I will update you on what's going on up at the top end as far as the cleanup. There was quite a bit of fuel that was spilled, so that is the main thing that they're dealing with right now. But all I can do is assure you of this. They're going to work very hard to get this taken care of just as quickly as they can. So the newest member of the Dela Cruz stunt team, now down in front of the tower. It's got those new smokeless tires. They're spinning, there's just no smoke off them. That's our story, and we're going to stick with it.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s or even
people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Lordco Auto Parts, we're here to keep your world moving. From our fully stocked aisles to our friendly staff, we've got what you need for every project, big or small. Our team works hard to ensure that the right parts are ready when you need them. Whether you're tackling repairs at home or keeping your business running smoothly. With fast deliveries to local shops and expert advice, we're proud to be your trusted partner on the road ahead. Lordco Auto Parts, driven to keep you moving.
These shocks have really impressed me. First of all, the clearance. I didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I'm actually driving a truck. The suspension has made a huge difference for off-roading. I feel like with these shocks, I can go anywhere, and I'm really excited to go venture out and do some trails that I was maybe not so sure about before. I feel like now I can go anywhere and do anything.
So I did make the call for Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley Davidsons, and I may have done that just a little prematurely. We've still got a little bit of work to do up at the top end, so there is a little bit of time. So you can certainly be very leisurely about it. How about if we put it that way? So, as mentioned earlier, everything we do here at Mission Raceway Park is live streamed on YouTube. Just remember Lordco TV. We're certainly thankful for all the support we get from Lordco Auto Parts. And a big part of these live streams, well, the level of quality that are our live streams, is Still Real Productions. That would be the drone operator providing us with some very, very cool footage.
And speaking of live streams, I've seen quite a few live streams on YouTube. Live streamed drag races, that is, or previously live. And I gotta say, our production here at Mission Raceway is probably the best I've ever seen. Multiple camera angles. Right now we have a very cinematic drone shot following the tractor. Talented drone operator / cameraman. So if you can't make it out to the track, or you're here at the track now, and someone who you've invited couldn't make it out to the track, tell them to jump on the live stream and check it out. It's pretty cool.
And the hard work continues up there at the top end. They are making great progress, however. We are not too much further away. Hearing some pretty good chatter over the radio. We got some Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harleys coming up for you. And let's give a standby call to X275 and Limited Street. X275 and Limited Street. This is your standby call. So I mentioned Top Fuel Harley Davidson's coming up. Rad Torque Systems. Western Canadian Top Fuel Harley Race Series brought to you by Easy Vape in Parksville and Port Alberni. Along with contingency sponsors, Coldwater Spirits, helping out the #1 qualifier and winner. So we made the call a little while ago for Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. Then we told you to kind of relax a little bit. Well, we're going to remake that call. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods, if you are not in the lanes, that's where we need you to be. Top Fuel Harley, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mods, lanes 5 and 6. X275 and Limited Street, you guys are on standby. Please be ready to go. And Real Street, we're going to add you to the mix. Real Street, you are on standby. So X275, Limited Street, and Real Street, standby call. Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harleys, you need to be in the staging lanes. Well, we've had quite a bit of quiet time, so could have done this a little bit earlier, but listen up, junior racers. Junior racers, I have $5 contingency cards up here for the following racers. Coca Kowalski, Hunter Thompson, April Bond, Nash Gallant, Dallas Jackson, Lucas Kime, Grayson Moss, Cadence Rodrigue, Paige Barlow, Josephine Smith, Madison McLennan, make that one out, Ashley Ledre, Ian Dalla. Well, that one. Bentley Johnson. And Bentley Johnson again. And Kiara. So if you heard your name called, you got a $5 gift card, good at the concession stand, waiting for you up here in the timing tower. Come see us. So we're about to get back to the action. Let's give the starting line and safety crews a little round of applause. Lots of hard work took place up there to get us back to the point where we can send cars down the track. So let's give them a little shout out, appreciation. Hey, attention in the pits. We have a black Hyundai that we need moved. License plate number MJ113F. Once again, that is a black Hyundai. License plate number MJ113F. We need you to move your car immediately. So one more time, black Hyundai, license plate number MJ113F. We need you to move your car, please. Look what we have underneath the bridge. So a little bit of a short pro mod field here this weekend, but what we lack in numbers, we make up for in quality. So it's going to be Nick Duda and Dale Peterson. Looks like we're going to run them both as singles. Nick Duda, quickest car on the property so far here this weekend. Small block Chevrolet powered Corvette went 3.79 seconds at 202.7 miles an hour last night. And let me tell you, that is pretty significant. This is the smallest, the quickest small block Chevrolet on planet Earth. That would be a conventional small block Chevrolet. So to define it a little bit further, cast heads, cast block. This is an overperforming combo, to put it very simply. So Nick Duda for Performance World BDL Automotive. .378, 203 miles an hour. Nick Duda continues to pick away at that thing. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. That is huge. 3.78 seconds, 203.25 miles an hour at the 8th mile for Nick Duda. Small block Chevy twin turbo deal. Absolutely unbelievable. So it was not that long ago that 190 miles an hour was the goal for that small block Chevy powered Corvette. Once that was achieved, Nick said, oh, there's more. We will keep digging. Pretty soon they were getting close to 200, and you knew it was going to happen. Now a 370 player at over 203 miles per hour. Another turbo car, Dale Peterson now. Gorgeous 69 Camaro. 525 cubic inch Hemi. Again, couple of turbos. Feeding it all it can eat. Peterson, number 2 qualifier, has been as quick as 384 this weekend. So we started out with 3 cars making qualifying efforts. Jake Skasilis, nowhere to be found here in what is essentially round 1 of eliminations. So not too sure what happened with Dale Peterson. Looked like he had the car properly staged. Did not look like he bumped through, but did not receive numbers for that pass. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. Here we go. So Pete Waugh and Ron Billett going to make up our first pair. Round one of eliminations for Top Fuel Harley Davidsons, brought to us by Rad Torque Systems. Pete Waugh with a full pull down the left lane. How about 658, 204 miles an hour. Whole bunch of riding going on there. Bike determined to head towards the center line. Pete Waugh determined to not let it go there. Ron Billett forced to give up on the run, so Pete Waugh moves on to round number 2. So got to correct myself. We actually had 7 bikes on the qualifying sheet. Austin Christopher was our number 1 qualifier. He's got the bye in this opening round. So he'll be an automatic player in the semifinal round where he will face Pete Waugh.
So just some info about these bikes, these Nitro Harleys. They pretty much have to keep the same sort of mechanical engineering as a V-twin Harley Davidson. Push rod V-twin, only these things are nitro burning animals. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 horsepower, just inches below the rider. So to pilot one of these things down the racetrack takes a serious set of skills and talents. Dana Meeks rolling that bike into the burnout box in the Lordco lane.
So Dana Meeks, somewhat of a veteran Top Fuel Harley rider that then decided to take about 10 years off. recently relicensed. Here he is back in competition. Got a pretty tough customer to take on in Nate Gagnon here in round number 1. This one is all big kids racing. How about 628, 219 miles an hour? Nate Gagnon lays down a lap aboard Supersonic here in round number 1. Nice looking pass. 8th mile numbers 411 at 207 miles an hour. And again at the quarter mile, 628, 219. Quickest pass of the weekend so far. Attention to the pits. Outlaw 275, this is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, we're going to be looking for you in the lanes as well. We'll take Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. And Real Street, you guys can come on down to lanes 1 and 2. So quick repeat. Outlaw 275, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, lanes 3 and 4, and Real Street, come on down to 1 and 2, please. Well, well, well. Just got some very good news. Drift to Gift raised $8,000 today. So hats off to them. Hats off to everybody that took part. 200 rides. Now, of course, free people were free to donate beyond the $40 per ride, but if you simply take $8,000 divided by $40, that means they did 200 charity rides today. So again, great job, everybody involved in that program, and thank you very much to everybody that took part. So again, we are looking for Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. We need Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4, and we need Real Street to lanes 1 and 2. Next pair coming up, burnouts are done. We've got Jim Schellenberg and we've got Damian Cowden. Cowden over there in the right lane for Parker Johnston at Maximum Insurance. Also wants to thank Tedford Garage Doors. Phil's Batteries, along with A1 Metal Recycling, helping out Jim Schellenberg and the Rip It Up Racing team, left lane. Schellenberg, number 4 qualifier with a 690. Damian Cowden struggled to get down the track. The struggles continue. Schellenberg improves by a full 1/10 of a second, goes 680 at 190 miles an hour to light the win light in the left lane. Jim Schellenberg will be back for round number 2. Rough day for Damian Cowden and team.
Austin Christopher, like number 1. A clean pass as expected. 638, 222 miles an hour. From an incredibly talented motorcycle rider. Many records under this guy's belt. Riding with Ron Huniat and Fast Lane Racing. They wanted to give a special thank you to their premier sponsor, Abbotsford Maximum Collision and CarStar, for their support this weekend. And that's a wrap for this round of Top Fuel Harleys.
We're going to make a final call now for our radial cars. Be a couple of minutes before we see the first pair roll out under the bridge. We're going to spray down a healthy layer of glue on the track. Help the radial cars be all that they can be. So final call going out to Outlaw 275. Limited Street and Real Street. You guys need to be in the staging lanes.
So Outlaw 275, a pretty interesting class. Big horsepower, small back tire. So it's kind of a balancing act of getting all these gobs of horsepower down onto the track without spinning with a smaller than average contact patch of rubber powering these things down our racetrack. So we're going to be looking at some heads-up races. It's going to be fast, and it's going to be fun. On a small tire, these guys got these things dialed in pretty darn good. Power, launch, suspension, everything plays a factor at the starting line, getting these things to hook. And we got a pretty big class here for Outlaw 275.
So Outlaw 275, almost ready to run. So we are kind of running out of evening. We're running out of time. So the game plan at this point is we're going to run Outlaw 275, followed by Limited Street, then Real Street. Then we're going to go straight back into the exhibition stuff. Following the exhibition stuff, we're going to go electronics, door slammers, and door slammers, as I understand it, will just be eliminations that we are completing from the loafers race. There will be no time trials for the door slammers, just to be real clear about that. And then that'll take us back to juniors, followed by top comp. Back to Outlaw 275. This is, however, all time dependent. Okay, clarification. When we call door slammers up, part of the door slammers will be continuing eliminations from the loafers race. The remaining of them will be getting a time trial, or qualifier rather, this evening. So when we do get to door slammers, we will be running all of you. Those of you still in eliminations from the loafers race, and the remainder of you will get a qualifier. So, first pair of Outlaw 275 cars about to roll around the corner. As I understand it, it's going to be Chris Gould and Parm Jawanda, and it's Parm's birthday today. So, big birthday shout out to Parm Jawanda. Well, here we go. Round number one, Outlaw 275. Number one qualifier in the left lane, that is Chris Gould. Number 14 qualifier in the right lane, that is our birthday boy, Parm Jawanda. Behind the wheel of night shift. So Chris Gould laid down a 4:18 last night to take the number one spot. There he is, left side of the racetrack. 2017 Camaro. Wow, Parm Jawanda, who failed to really get down the track. During qualifying, goes 4:49. Hangs with Chris Gould pretty much the whole way down the track, puts together a very nice lap. Unfortunately, it was for the loss, but nice work for Parm Jawanda and team. Chris Gould making it look pretty easy out there in the left lane. 4:31, doing 174 at the 8th mile finish line, and moving on to round number two. So part of what made it closer than it really was numbers-wise was Parm Jawanda was 0:30 on the tree. Chris Gould was 1:15. So a little bit of debris out there on the track. Apparently somebody lost the taillight. We are ready to get back at it. going to be the battle of the pickup trucks. Couple of Chevrolets. Tyler Stamler, our number 2 qualifier, went as quick as 4.25 seconds through qualifying. He's going to take on Justin Teo. Teo, number 13 qualifier with a 5:05. Stamler, left side of the racetrack out of Rocky View, Alberta. Behind the wheel of Mini-Me. Wants to thank Gen 3 Speed, along with on-point performance fuel injection. Justin Teo, right lane in the blue Chevy full-size truck out of Spokane, Washington. Tyler Stamler just drives away. 437, 172 miles an hour for Tyler in the left lane, taking the win. Justin Teo with his best pass of the weekend. They were able to improve from a 5:05 to a 4:94. So great effort there. But it's Tyler Stamler who's moving on to round number 2. Two more. Zach Kane over there in the right lane with the big nitrous purge. Couple of systems on that car. Pumping nitrous into a 636 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. And the small block Ford powered Mustang over here tower side. Sean Letson. Another racer out of Spokane, Washington. All Zach Kane in the right lane. 427, 171 miles an hour. So Zach Kane making his best run of the weekend in the winning effort. So Zach Kane will be back for round number 2.
Jeff Whitworth and Tyler Levy now. Whitworth here from Nanaimo in the 63 Chevy in the Tower Lane. Tyler Levy in the 86 Ford Fox Body in the Lordco lane. Tyler Levy still going for a full pull despite lighting up Jeff Whitworth's win light at the starting line. Going red by 44th thou, Jeff Whitworth. Tidy launch, 54 up front, 436 out back at 169 miles an hour. Justin Gallant, lighten him up. Bree King, lighten him up. Bree King in the right lane from Red Deer, Alberta in the 2000 Mustang. Nice bright orange paint job on that. I believe it's competition orange by my custom painter eye. Justin Gallant in the 85 Mustang in the tower lane. 365 small block Ford powered car.
So Gallant, the track record holder here at Mission Raceway Park. Very used to seeing Justin Gallant at the top of the sheet as the #1 qualifier. Not the case here this weekend. Wound up having to settle for the #5 position. Bree King, our #10 qualifier. And here they are facing off in round #1. Now, on paper, of course, Justin Gallant in the left lane. On paper, definitely the quicker of the two cars. However, that may or may not mean anything. So Bree King with an absolutely deadly job on the starting line. She was 018 to Justin Gallant's 045. Out 60-footed him, 106 to 111. And was out in front, I'm going to say somewhere after the 330-foot point is when Justin Gallant really started to make some steam in that little Mustang and took over, ultimately getting there first with a 433. Lighting up the win light. We'll see him back in round #2. But great job for Bree King.
So Justin Gallant just ran a 433. Current fastest time right now is 427, put down by Zach Kane. Justin Gallant's track record, 414. So that is the #1 time, fastest time ever made here at the track, and that happened about a month ago. So it's recent news. John Cuglietta now in the 2004 Mustang, he calls Balboa. That's the gold car in the tower lane. In the right lane, we have Eric McCarthy in the 87 Fox body with SMC race cars. John in the tower lane driving with ACC Service Truck Upfitters, Rival Aggregates, and Mulder Trucking.
Burnouts are done. They are ready to stage them up. Nice pass for John Cuglietta and team. 427, 173 miles an hour. Eric McCarthy put up a great fight. Ran his best number of the weekend, a 439 at 168 miles an hour. Tough break that somebody's got to lose a race like that. So these Outlaw 275 cars are putting on a great show here in round number 1 of Eliminations. Hey, attention in the pits, rather. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up. All exhibition cars. This is your standby call. All exhibition cars, this is your standby call. We're going to run you through in pretty much the same order, I do believe. So, fuel altereds, we'll be starting with you guys. Jet cars, we need you to be ready to go. Our Nostalgia Fuel Dragster, along with Sweet Berry Wine, DRI Racing. We need all exhibition cars to be ready to go. Exhibition cars, this is your standby call. Sure did. Cade Shirk and Aiden Katnick. So these two cars ran side by side through every round of qualifying. And it is Cade Shirk. So it was Aiden Katnick outrunning Cade in each and every pairing. Now in eliminations, it was Cade Shirk going 432, 167 miles an hour. Aiden Katnick goes 443 at 167 as well. He had a sizable advantage on the starting line with his 010 light, but it's Cade Shirk turning that wind light on. Little Blue Mustang will be coming back. That's going to do it. For round number 1, X275, we go to Limited Street. So Brad Thomas, nowhere to be found. Competition single for Vanessa Richards here in round number 1. Vanessa, our number 1 qualifier. Nice little nitrous flame shooting out of the front of that thing. Another 5.0 pass, 5.02 seconds, 126 miles an hour.
Tej Sanga in the Mustang, Sean Martin in the G-Body Pontiac Le Mans. Deep stage for the G-Body, and he goes red, handing over the win light to Tej Sanga. Getting off the line with 98 thou, stopping the timer. 5:24 at 134 miles an hour. And here comes Matt Black in the 1994 Jeep Cherokee. This Jeep is very unassuming. Basically the definition of a sleeper right here. From what I understand, they've actually dialed this Jeep back a little bit because it was a little too rowdy, lifting those front tires sky high. In the right lane, Roy Lasik in the 1970 Chevy Nova. Blowing some nitrous purge over that windshield. He's got a 565 cubic inch V8 thumping away under that big old cowl induction hood. He's with Gen 3 speed. We're about to see what these cars can do. And it's going to Roy Lasik in the Chevy Nova, 515, 135 miles an hour. Matt Black in the Jeep Cherokee, 555 at $127. Not quite enough to light up the win light on that pass. Josh Hendrick now in the left lane. 93 Mustang notchback. Lined up next to the 86 G-Body Buick of Everett Hoth. Getting into the boost, it's the G-Body out front, putting down a 524 at 136 miles an hour, lighting up the wind light for Everett Hoth. The 86 Buick is moving on in today's competition. What type of 86 Buick was that? I do not know. Perhaps a Regal. It's got a Grand National look to it. Could be a Buick T-type. It certainly had the turbo bulge on the hood. And that was definitely a turbo spooling up under the hood. Mike Enns now in the 2002 Ford in the left lane. Terry Hoogstens in the 66 Chevy Nova in the right lane. Mike Enns is the 2025 BC Drag It Truck Class Champion. He's got a 982 up on the board, so Terry Hoogsten's taking off first. And Mike Enns hands the win light over to Terry Hoogstens at the starting line. Hoogstens in the 66 Chevy Nova will be moving on to the next round of eliminations. Josh Klosky in the right lane in the S10 Blazer. Steve Sheffer in the left lane in the 69 Firebird. Steve Sheffer on the chase. Trying to reel him in, but not quite enough. 11.75 for Josh Klosky at $1.09. Josh Klosky moving on to the next round. Round 2 of Real Street. Now we got a little F-body versus G-body action going on. 98 Chevy Camaro in the left lane. Jen Stoutenberg in the 80 Malibu. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Exhibition cars and jet cars, come on down to the staging lanes. Exhibition cars and jet cars, come on down to the staging lanes. No box, you guys are on standby. Jen Stoutenberg took that race in the Malibu, putting down an 11.18 at $1.19. Rob Getz now in the left lane. Claudine Deshane in the right lane. Rob Getz will be leaving first. Claudine Deshane on the chase. Nothing amazing happening reaction time wise. And it's going to be Rob Getz putting down an 11.85 at 100 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Got the information a little bit mixed up there. So, exhibition cars and jet cars, come on down to the staging lanes. And we are looking for electronics on standby, not non-electronics. So, standby electronics. And that race was Taryn Monroe and Rob Monroe. Daughter and father, and Rob Monroe just took out Taryn. Unbelievable. Way to go, Dad. And that's a wrap for Real Street for now. Finishing up their elimination round number 1. So I got a question for the crowd out there. Does anybody want to see some stunt Harleys doing some tricks? Well, that was okay. That was okay. Let me try that one more time. Does anybody out there want to hear some stunt bikes and see some stunt bikes doing some tricks? That's more like it. So we got the Della crew back out here, putting on a show for us. How about that, guys? Some 12 o'clock wheelies on some big, heavy Harley Davidsons. You can tell your friends I saw a drift show tonight at the drag races at Mission Raceway. Bit of drifting action. Oh, what kind of drifting? Nissan, Toyota, Mazda? Nope, Harley Davidson. Not something you see every day. And you can just tell these guys are having a great time out there. How about that bike control, guys? Little bit of tandem Harley Davidson donuts going on. Well, this is these guys' last show of the night, and they are clearly determined to leave nothing left of those back tires. Cooking them down into nothing. One tire down so far. Blue bike with the flames is sitting on its rim. Third gear. Third gear smoke show for the copper colored Harley Davidson. Make some noise for these guys. Give it up for Della Crew. These guys know how to put on a show, that's for sure. Well, clearly these bikes can take a beating. These Harleys practically live on the limiter. Give it up one more time for Della Crew. Right on, guys. Some talented riders right there. Well, that's part one of our second big show of the day. We got nitro altereds in the lanes. We have jet cars in the lanes. If you guys thought those classes were fun to watch earlier, just wait till you see them at night. We're talking fire shooting out of the pipes. Next up, we got fuel altereds. So these cars, nitro-powered V8 monsters sitting in front of these drivers in a short wheelbase car. A full handful of car. The shorter the wheelbase, the tougher it is to keep it straight going down the track. These things are a blast to watch. Take some extreme level talent to drive one of these. The wheelbases on these cars used to be about a foot shorter. And the National Hot Rod Association said, you know what? That's a little bit too crazy. Little too sketchy. So with a slightly longer wheelbase, but still the same amount of power, they said, yeah, that'll do. This is going to be fun to watch. Padilla crew, first up, they're sitting in the stage lanes right now. Well, folks, if you extend your gaze over to the tower lane under the bridge there. Tom Padilla getting set up in the 1923 Ford nitro-powered altered car. This thing's called the Red Dragon. They're up from Arlington, Washington. And there she goes. Here we go, guys. Earplugs in. Hold your ears if you don't got them. Tom Padilla, backed up, perfectly centered on his fresh groove. We're about to see some flames shooting out of the pipes, shooting out of those zoomies. Pre-stage bulb, stage bulb lit, wait for the green. Man, what a run. 6:05, 231 miles an hour. My goodness. How about that, guys? Give it up for the Padilla crew in front of the tower here. That thing takes a lot of muscle to keep it going in a straight line. Give these guys a round of applause, folks. Quite an awesome machine. Well, you remember when I was talking about how the wheelbase of that car was lengthened just a hair so that it could be slightly easier to keep in a straight line? Well, that is 2 fists full of car, and it's a hard job to keep that car in a straight line. So the car went for a little bit of a wander, hit one of our timing blocks. No damage, of course. The timing blocks are made out of foam, but there is one reposition that the track crew has to get back in position before we continue on with our regularly scheduled program. We got some jet cars coming up, so everybody just hang tight. Just a few minutes, and then we'll be back ready with our timing system fixed up and good to go for some more exhibition passes. Blood, sweat, and nitro coming up in the Lordco lane there. Another nitro-powered altered car. Body based on a Fiat Topolino. The original Fiat Topolino. Engine output between 13 and 15 horsepower. This car's got a little more than that. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, this is your call to the staging lane. Electronic cars, come on down to the staging lanes. Door slammers, you're on standby. That's box, come on down. Door slammers on standby. Track crews working hard at cleaning up the remnants of the timing box that was hit on the track. Then we're going to get to watch this nitro altered Topolino go for a pass down the drag strip. Many of you out there have only heard of a Fiat Topolino from Cars 2. Luigi and Guido, who own the Radiator Springs tire shop in Cars 2, take a trip over to Italy to visit Uncle Topolino. Kind of a fun little fact for you. Well, folks, thank you for your patience. Tractors are parked, and we have not one but two nitro altered cars lined up for a heads-up race. And here we go. Todd Mickle in the 37 Fiat Topolino, blood, sweat, and nitro car. The blue car that's been waiting so patiently in the right lane. In the left lane, we have Shane Harder. In the 1923 Ford called Nasty Benjamin. We're about to see a nitro burning heads up altered car race. Here we go, guys. Hold your ears. It's about to get loud. For some on-track violence. 217 miles an hour, 499 at the 1,000-foot, 595 quarter-mile ET for Shane Harder in Nasty Benjamin. Todd Mickle was in it, had to get out of it. I don't know if the car started wandering or what was going on there, but man, what a rowdy ride. Mission Fire Rescue Service back under the bridge. Giving the trees behind the starting line a good hose down, and you all know what that means. Those trees are taking a beating this weekend. We got some jet cars coming up, guys. Well, after the Bone Shaker was here last night at night, putting out a gigantic fireball with that 18,000 horsepower jet engine. Today during drag racing, there is a bit more of a window in the trees with a lot of the leaves freshly browned, a little bit toasted, if you will, from last night's entertainment. So we got the lightweight jet cars pushing like 9,000 pounds of thrust. Those are the cars that really boom, boom, and you feel it in your chest. And then we got a different sort of animal, the 7,000 pound Bone Shaker semi-truck with 18,000 horsepower and 36,000 pounds of thrust. Now that is the truck that you'll see shortly that makes a massive fireball that gives off heat that we can feel in the tower through 2 panes of glass.
Well, 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 it is that time. We've got the jet cars coming up once again. We're going to pair up Pyromaniac with the Tomahawk car. And I'll let you in on a little secret. Well, it's not really a little secret, but jet cars are way cooler in the dark. It's just a fact. So Derek Snelson out of Parker, Washington, over there in the right lane, will be behind the wheel of the Tomahawk. Richard Smith doing double duty here this weekend, driving the Pyromaniac funny car and the Hyperfire jet dragster. Well, folks, let's make some noise. Let's make some smoke. Let's make some fire. Let's make some thunder. Pyromaniac and Tomahawk, here we go. Richard Smith leads the way. How about an 11 light to start things off, then goes 6 seconds exactly. 6 seconds on the money, 265 miles an hour down the left side of the racetrack. Richard Smith out of Powell Butte, Oregon, lighting up the sky here tonight at Mission Raceway. Derek Snelson with a nice 6:18 pass, doing 2:52. Awesome side-by-side jet car, funny car runs. So, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? I promised you, jet cars at night are way cooler than jet cars during the day. So we got a couple more coming at you. Here comes the Bone Shaker. Now, this is not the quickest or fastest jet car on the property. What it makes up for in speed and quickness is with the cool factor. Potentially 36,000 pounds of thrust. You want to see fire come out of the back of a jet car? Well, the Bone Crusher has you covered. Bone Shaker, sorry. Bone Crusher, where did that come from? What are we watching, wrestling? So the Bone Shaker about to fire up. 12,000 pounds, the way it sits going down the track. Well, I'll correct myself. 7,000 pounds. Getting a little carried away with myself. Consumes between 80 and 100 gallons of fuel per run. Little quick metric conversion. It's like 375 liters. There goes the support vehicle. Now it's time to really make some noise. This is just a little warm-up. Yeah. Rick Kopp in the Bone Shaker. 907, 180 miles an hour through the quarter-mile finish line, doing 177 at 1,000 feet. How about that for a show? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Make a little noise for Rick Kopp and the Bone Shaker. And we are not done yet. We're going to have Richard Smith come back, make a pass in the Hyperfire Jet Dragster. So Richard Smith back up here. We just saw him go down the track piloting the Pyromaniac. And he's ready to go once again in the Hyperfire car. The smoke, the fire, and the thunder will continue. Race director Wally DeParent going to give Richard Smith the nod to fire up the Hyperfire car. There we go. So of the 5 jet cars we had on the property, this one is the quickest. Has been running in the 5-second zone. Best number so far, 588. full pull up the Lordco side of the racetrack. 5.85 seconds, 271 miles an hour. Best numbers of the weekend right there for Richard Smith. 585, 271 miles an hour. At the 8th mile, sub 4 seconds with a 398. 201.97 miles an hour at the 8th mile. And again at the finish line, 585, 271. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's your Jet Car Show at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026. Right here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip, Mission Raceway Park. So if you are, in fact, going to depart the facility at this point in the night, well, we wish you well. We certainly thank you for coming. And we would ask that you leave the property in a respectful manner. And again, we want to thank you so much for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We are not done yet. We've got more cool stuff coming up before we're going to call it a night. So if you want to hang out with us, continue to hang out with us. You are, of course, more than welcome to do that. But if you are, in fact, leaving, once again, want to thank you so much for coming out to Mission Raceway Park and wish you safe travels. So a little track prep underway. More like a little bit of maintenance. Just clean things up. Jet cars tend to leave a little bit of residue behind them. Got our electronic cars in the staging lanes, I do believe, all ready to go. Fantastic night so far. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for Canada West Door Slammers. First, we want to call the cars that are still in competition from the Loafers race. So only those Door Slammers that are still in competition from the Loafers race. The rest of you will remain on standby, so to speak. We want to get the competition cars up here first. We will then call the remainder of cars for a qualifier. Right now, we're making the call for Canada West Door Slammers. Those cars still in competition from the Langley Loafers race. You can make your way to the staging lanes, please. Non-electronics, no box. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to no box or non-electronics. Again, we have made the call for door slammers still in competition from the Loafers race. We're going to call the rest of you shortly. You're up.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
All right, guys, it's Mike back on the mic. We see a sea of taillights leaving after the jet cars, so shout out to all the spectators still in the crowd. We appreciate your dedication and your love for drag racing, of course. We got Mike Robinson and Martin Rochelle. First pair for the electronics class. Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu in the right lane, 1090 up on his board. He's going to be on the charge. Mike Robinson in the 27 Roadster Hot Rod in the tower lane is going to be on the chase. Martin Rochelle leaving first. Mike Robinson on the chase. Very similar reaction times of these two drivers, and it's going to be Martin Rochelle in the right lane, 1092 on his 1090 dial-in. 127 miles per hour across the finish line. We got Ted Buss and Jason Gibson. Gibson in the dragster, Ted Buss in the seaweed flamed out hot rod, 1934 Ford in the left lane, driving with Shawnigan Trucking. Which makes sense because he's here from Shawnigan Lake, BC. Ted Buss, 427 powered car. Jason Gibson in his 2017 TNT Dragster. He's got a 582 thumping away behind his cage. Gibson quicker off the starting line, and he gets the win light on that run with a 790 on his 787 dial. A good rip for Ted Buss. but he broke out when went 1/1000th of a second too fast on that run. Jeff Alder and Brad Powell now. Another hot rod lining up next to a dragster. Another Shawnigan Lake hot rod, actually. 1927 Ford, 454 big block Chevy powered car in the Tower Lane. Brad Powell's up from Linden, Washington. And he gets his green light and is on the chase to reel in Jeff Alder. And he does it. 727, lighting up the win light, Brad Powell. Moving on to elimination round 3. '76 Dodge in the Tower Lane, driven by Jeff Bell. Mike Bucky Stewart in the right lane in his 67 Chevy 2. Bucky wants to say big thanks to Angelo from RPM Packaging Corp for helping Bucky get to Terrace. Clean launch for both drivers. And Bucky does it, lighting up the win light for Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slickworks YouTube channel. 10:09 on his 10:08 dial-in. Through the traps at 131 miles an hour. Jeff Bell in his 76 Dodge big wheels up launch went a little bit too fast on that run. Cam Shantz in the 27 Roadster in the left lane. 884 up on the TCS board, Emily Gerard in the right lane. Driving with Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. 714 up on the Dragsters board. Nice tidy run for Emily Gerard. In her 2002 undercover dragster, putting down a 734 on her 714 dial-in. 145 miles per hour through the trap, which brings us on to Aaron Young and Mark Muscat in the 77 Monza. .1022 dial-in for the H-body. He's going to be leaving first. Aaron Young will be on the chase in her dragster. Two green lights. And it's going to be Mark Muscat with a fantastic run. 10:22 on the button with a 9. 009 reaction time for that. You cannot ask for a better run than that. Mark Muscat moving on to elimination round 3 for electronics. Craig Johnson now, 79 Malibu wagon in the left lane, driving with Johnson's custom exhaust and BC scale. He's going to be popping those front tires off the ground first. Getting the green light first. Lined up next to Jeremy Soares in his 2001 Cameron Dragster. 736 up on the Lordco Lanes board. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers for qualifying. Come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. That's door slammers for qualifying. Come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Craig Johnson took that one. 004 reaction time went one above. Kevin McNichol and Colton Morin now. Morin in the dragster, McNichol in the 67 Nova. Kevin McNichol tree dropping first. He's got the green light. Colton Morin with a green light. Kevin McNichol left 2 thou early. Colton Morin moving on to elimination round 3. And Colton Morin lighting up that win light for the last pass with the electronics elimination round 2, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Track crew going to give the track a quick drag, and then we'll be moving on to door slammers for another round. I mentioned electronics group brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems, a Canadian company founded in 1994. And headquartered in Abbotsford, BC. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, especially the battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. Built right here in the Fraser Valley, Rad Torque Systems has become a global name in precision torque tools, keeping everything from race wheels and heavy haulers to mining gear and aerospace hardware tightened to exact spec. Well, while the track is quiet, I have to make an announcement for the pits. So that is a attention in the pits. After this rotation, we are going to be shutting her down for electronics, door slammers, and non-electronics. So for those classes, after this cycle, that's going to be it for this evening. Wanted to take a minute to extend an invite to everybody in the crowd to the Ron Farmer Memorial Weekend. Ron Farmer Memorial Weekend, must be getting tired, presents Veterans Appreciation Day, September 19th. Free admission for veterans if you bring identification. We got free hot dog and small fountain drinks for veterans. Enjoy some races, and they're going to have a Canadian Military Educational Center display, among others. It is going to be a good time. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Non-electronics, no box cars. Come on down to the staging lanes. No box to the staging lanes, please. Tractor is being parked. Track crew, tower crew, safety crew, all ready. We're going to be get going here with the door slammers. So just to clarify on the announcement I made earlier about this being the last rotation, everything that we are planning on running today, so we're talking Junior Street, Top Comp, everything, Nitro Harleys, we are all going to have another rotation. What we meant by that is that will be the last rotation of the evening once everybody has made their passes in this rotation. I hope that clears things up for you guys. Moving on to door slammer cars now. In the tower lane, we have Brian Ritchie in his 1968 Chevelle. Brian Ritchie with Ritchie Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales. 789 up on his board. Mike Kenworthy in the right lane in the 92 Firebird, sporting a 588 Ritchie engine himself. Kenworthy in the 3rd Gen Firebird. 824 up on his board. He will be leaving a fraction of a second early. Green light, green light. One of these drivers hot on the tree, and it pays off for Mike Kenworthy. 12 thou up front puts down an 826 at 164 miles an hour. Jay Siverston in the left lane, 2000 Dodge Dakota. 772 in the left lane, 775 in the right lane for Scott Robinson in the 1994 Chevy Beretta. Clean launch for both drivers. It's going to be Jay Siverston taking it home. 780. At 169 miles an hour, lighting up the wind light. Scott Robinson appears to have ran into some issues. He was on a good pull to the 8th mile and had to get out of it. Coasted across the finish line on that run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior program, this is your standby call. Junior program, you're on standby. Shane Ledger in the 66 Nova getting his tires nice and sticky. Mike Bedsworth in the right lane in the 96 Olds. '96 Oldsmobile. Car that came out of the factory front wheel drive, now definitely rear wheel drive. Powered by a massive 632 under the hood. Bedsworth will be on the chase in this run. 7:08 up on his board. Four bulbs lit and a green light for Shane Ledger. Green light for Mike Bedsworth. Very similar reaction times at the starting line for these drivers, and it's going to be Shane Ledger putting it down right on the money. 8:53 with a 7 at 159 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for non-electronics. No box cars, this is your final call to the staging lane. Poe Freeborn in the 67 Shelby, Ken Christensen in the 72 pickup truck. And it's gonna be Poe Freeborn 2 thou up front. Double 02 launch. Solid leave puts down a 723 at 191 miles an hour. And a high revving, screaming burnout for Roger Winter in the 41 Willys. .824 up on Roger Winter's board. He's going to be leaving first. Rod Leclerc will be on the chase in the 67 Camaro. Between these two cars, there is 1 cubic inch difference under the hood. Camaro's got a 598, Roger Winter with a 599. Tidy launch for both drivers. One of these drivers with a better reaction time. Didn't work out though. Oh my goodness. Rod Leclerc, 669 with a 7 at 203 miles an hour in the 67 Camaro. Absolutely hauling the mail. Roger Winter got off the line with 16 thou up front. Solid reaction time, but he put down an 833 on his 821 dial-in. Little two-tone 55 Chevy Bel Air in the water box in the right lane. C1 Corvette of Henry Zacharias in the left lane. Howie Winklehorst driving the 55 Bel Air. 620 powered car. 53 Corvette in the left lane. It's got a 660 pulling that unit down the drag strip. 762 in the left lane. 838 for Howie Winklehorst. He will be on the charge. .55 Bel Air went red in that run. 0.004 of a second on the wrong side of the starting line. When the tree was dropping for him, Henry Zacharias gets it done with 64 thou up front, puts down a 762 with a 9 on his 762 dial. Kerry Young and James Kennedy. Kennedy driving the 04 Grand Am, the white car in the Lordco lane with Ken's Specialty Automotive. Kerry Young with Young's Mechanical in the 03 S10. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Stage bulbs lit, and the tree is dropping. James Kennedy leaving 17th thou ahead of schedule. Kerry Young putting down a 002 launch at the tree. Closing out that run, 8:30 at 159 miles an hour. So the last few runs of door slammers, well, the last group of door slammers that were just running, was running elimination rounds from the Langley Loafers event that we had going on at the Old Time Drags. Now we're starting off this event with the door slammer qualifying session number 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, this is your call to the staging lane. Well, this is the call for the whole junior program. So juniors, come on down. Junior Street, we're putting you in lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder lane 1 and Junior Lightning lane 2. Top Comp, you are on standby. Standby Top Comp, juniors, come on down. Andy Antle running into some issues on the starting line. It's going to be a bye run for Chris Lloyd in his 97 Camaro. Getting that 605 big block fired up to make a pass. Green light, Chris Lloyd stopping the timer at 8:56, 154 miles an hour. Next pair pulling up. And this gunmetal gray Chevelle that we see in the tower lane, he's got green light auto source on the side of the car. And there he goes, lighting up the green underglow in the car. That's Jason Field in his 71 Chevelle, driving with Ritchie Racing engines and green light auto sales. Appropriately so, with the green lights under the car. And when he purges the nitrous, keep an eye on the nitrous purge, because that glows green also. He's also got some help from TK Performance and On Tap Racing. Also, Scotty Details, and he's lined up next to Kevin McNabb in his 1963 Nova. Clean launch for both drivers. 22 thou up front for Jason Field, and he gets to the end of the racetrack first. 7:14 at $188. Couple of healthy burnouts for our next pair. Jordan Almas in the right lane in the 69 Barracuda. Bright orange car with a sprinkle of pearl in that paint job. Otto Schultes in the 05 RJ Cavalier. Ray Rusciani, 1966 Chevy 2 in the left lane. Brody Soares in the right lane. Ray Rusciani representing Dixie Paws Online Pet Products. The owner of Dixie Paws is Ray's daughter. Brody Soares going red, 7th thou. Going 7th thou red. Clean launch for Ray Rusciani, 25 thou up front, puts down an 822. Zach Joyce and Chad Edwin. Now Chad Edwin in the 82 Chevy S10. Zach Joyce in the Little British 48 Austin. For Chad Edwin, 768 at 175 miles an hour. Zach Joyce got a little bit out of shape in that little short wheelbase Austin. Looks like Zach Joyce got out of it right around the 330 foot mark. So it was at that point his mile per hour took a dive. Cam Shantz for a buy run now in this gorgeous sounding 1937 Chevy. Full pull for Cam Shantz. And some sparks shooting out underneath the front of that car. kind of interesting. Put down a 718 at 192 miles an hour. We are clear at the top end, moving on to non-electronics elimination round number 2. We got Trick or Treat, Roy Roman 66 Rambler with Roman Metalworks in the right lane, 11-10 up on his board. Jessica Armstrong in the 75 Dart making her way down the track right now. 13-29 up on the board for her. Bit of brake lights at the big end of the track for Jessica Armstrong, and she did exactly what she should have done there. 13:36 at 98 miles an hour. Decent launch there for Jessica Armstrong also, 30 thou up front. Andy Klosky rather, in the 65 Chevy. He calls Strip Teaser. Lined up next to Nick Barnhart in his 85 Mustang hatchback. 1089 for Nick. Nick's side of the tree is going to drop first. And a wheels up launch as expected from Andy Klosky. He's on the chase. And that killer reaction time paid off. Nick Barnhart's reaction time started with a 1. Andy started with a 0. 11th thou up front for Klosky. Puts down a 971 on his 968 dial. Klosky will be moving on to the non-electronics elimination round numero 3. Veronica Hodgson now in her Pauly Gold 1969 Dodge. 360 powered car, 1184 up on her board. Her side of the tree is going to drop first. And Jeff Whitworth is on the chase, but he leaves a little bit early, taking himself out of the competition. Craig Johnson in the 79 Malibu Wheelie Wagon for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 1110 Dylan, he'll be getting the hit. Jeff Bell on the chase in his 76 Dodge. 455 small block Mopar powered car. He's got a 955 up on his board. Craig Johnson, better reaction time on the starting line, 39 thou up front, and he gets it done with an 1118 on his 1110 dial-in at 113 miles an hour. Cyrus Gallant now in that beautiful 1970 Chevelle. Kevin McCauley in the 83 Oldsmobile Cutlass in the right lane. He'll be taken off first. 1170 up on the board for Kevin McCauley. 350 powered car. And Cyrus Gallant with the green light in his 454 Super Sport Chevelle. Chasing Kevin down, and it's gonna be Kevin McCauley in the Cutlass, moving on to elimination round 3 for non-electronics, putting down an 1175 at a $112. Rich dies going red. John to back with a clean launch. Rich handing over that win light to his buddy John. $10.54 on his 10.49 dial-in. Solid run for John. Colton McNichol now in the 72 Chevy Nova in the left lane. 11.39 up on the TCS board. Mike Render in the 85 S10 in the right lane. Render driving with Fountain Tire, Cold Water Sprites, and Lordco. Mike Render's race won for him at the starting line. Colton McNichol leaving early, leaving ahead of schedule by 91 thousandths of a second. Mike Render puts down a 10.84 at a $1.21. Colin Moore in the Ford, Chris Stone in the Dodge. Chris Stone, 10.18 up on the board for Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors. 13.97 for the 63 Ford Fairlane. 4 bulbs lit. Colin Moore, side of the tree drops. Green light for Chris Stone, he's on the chase. Nothing huge separating these two reaction times, and at the finish line, it's going to be Chris Stone taking it home. 10.27 at a $1.16. That black 68 Dodge moving on to elimination round number 3 for non-electronics. Steve Lowe now in the 77 Skylark in the left lane with an 11.62 on the board. He's going to be on the chase. Eric Hansen taking off first in the 1970 Dodge Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Comp, you are on standby. Standby, Top Comp. I believe I put you guys on standby earlier, but this is definitely going to be a shorter standby call. Top Comp on standby. Steve Lowe put it down that run, 11.69 on his 11.62 dial, taking out the 70 Dodge Dart of Eric Hansen. John Van Capel in the Chevy 2 in the left lane. Brian Heffel in the 71 Chevy in the right lane. .434 small block Chevy's pulling that little Vega down the track. 930 up on his board. 964 up on the TCS board. Big wheels up launch, and a launch that was too early. John Van Capel, big wheels up launch, coming down, shooting a little bit of sparks. Brian Heffel got handed that win light, moving that little H-body into elimination round number 3. Ralph Ellers, 91 Mustang LS powered unit, he calls Junkyard Dog. He's got 10.82 up on his board. Aiden Ledrette in the right lane. In the 1971 Chevy Malibu. 11.81, his tree dropping first. Green light and green light. A clean launch for both drivers. One of these drivers with a substantially better reaction time off the starting line. And that works out in Aiden Ledrette's favor. 11.94, he was 32 thou up front. Not at full pull across the finish line, that's for sure. 94 miles an hour. Enough to light up that win light on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Ray Bollinger now in the 63 Pontiac 355 powered car. He's driving with Just Mechanical and A&A Custom Brokers. 1060 on his board, Manny Ketterer in the 1970 Plymouth Cuda in the right lane. Tidy little wheels up launch for Manny, but a wheels up launch that came too early. Handing over the win light to Ray Bollinger. Ray with a tidy launch, 35 thou up front. He puts down a 1064 at 123 miles an hour. On his 1060 dial-in, that's a pretty tidy run. Lorenz Schwartz now in his 1983 Monte Carlo. Super Sport Monte Carlo, that is. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index final. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Top Comp and Top Fuel Harley on standby. Standby, Top Comp and Top Fuel Harley. My mistake, attention in the pits. Top Comp, come on down to the staging lanes to be laddered. So triple index, come on down for your final to lanes 1 and 2. Top Comp, come to the staging lanes to be laddered. So I put a standby out for Top Fuel Harley. Pro Mods, you are also on standby. Standby Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods. Dave Jung with a tidy launch. On his 1052 dial-in, he puts down a 1070. Win light was handed over to him by Andy Anthel in that cool-looking 65 Ford F100. He will not be moving on to elimination round 3. Giovanni Alaperti now in the right lane in his 1986 Chevy S10. Don Almas in the left lane rather, in his 1969 Dodge Dart. Driving with Driven Paving and Detonator Car Club, 925 up on his board. $8.95 on his 874 dial-in for Giovanni. Don Almas putting down a time that is a little bit too quick, breaking out with a 920 on his 925 dial-in. And the non-electronics class gets chopped in half again. They'll be coming back around for round 3, but not tonight. Moving on to Junior Street. The last 3 cars in Junior Street, this semi-final. Brought to you by Stay Tuned Auto Repair. First up, Jimmy Vandenberg with a 920 up on the board in the left lane. McKenna Thompson in the Ford F-150 in the right lane, also a 920. Green lights on both sides. And it's going to be Jimmy Vandenberg. Moving on, up against Cash in the final for Junior Street. Solid light for Jimmy. 83 thou at the starting line. Puts down a 924 on his 920 dial-in. Decent run, McKenna Thompson. Little sleepy at the starting line and broke out. Ran a little too fast. I think she knew that it was not the quickest reaction time. Tried to make up for it. Ended up breaking out. We got Cash now, down from Chase, BC, driving the Ford F-250 in the Lordco lane with a 900 up on the board. Letting off and coasting across the finish line with a 979 at 54 miles an hour. So the final round for Junior Street is going to be Cash v. Jimmy Vandenberg in the Pontiac. That was the last run for Junior Street. Moving on to Junior Thunder now. Ashton Katnick and Jack Green for the semifinal. This race will determine who will be in the final for Junior Thunder. Ashton Katnick in the left lane with Lordco and TK Performance. 909 up on his board. Jack Green in the right lane. He'll be getting his side of the tree, dropping down first in his 07 Creative Junior Dragster. He's driving with Abstract Glass, Lordco, and Green Bros Racing. Little bit of pedal action at the finish line at the 8th mile. It's going to be Ashton Katnick moving on to the final round for Junior Thunder. So this race will determine who will be lining up next to Ashton Katnick for the Junior Thunder final. Owen Armstrong and Kiera Harder. Owen Armstrong in the left lane with Crystal DeJager, Fountain Tire, Badass Garage, JNK Racing, and Lordco. 12:22 up on the board for Owen. Kiera Harder in the right lane with a 12:35. She's got some help today from Anderson A1 Auto House, Elevation Real Estate, and Lordco. Couple of green lights, and I gotta say, one of these drivers with an absolutely killer light, Owen Armstrong. A well-deserved win on that run. 0:05 reaction time up front. Put down a 12:27. So the final for Junior Thunder, Ashton Katnick and Owen Armstrong. And that concludes our Junior Thunder. Moving on to Junior Lightning now. Adeline Duda with KJL Holdings, Bumper to Bumper and Performance World. Hunter Gallant in the right lane, 2017 Innovation Junior Dragster. He's driving with Mulder Trucking, Lori Peterson, Lordco, and Crown Doors. A Junior Dragster heads-up race. So whoever wins this race will be lining up next to Isabella Marshall in the Canco car, who's waiting behind these racers. And it's going to be Hunter Gallant. Tidy launch for Hunter. Adeline Duda, little too excited to get to the end of the racetrack. Went red by 46 thou. Hunter with a nice tidy launch. 018 at the starting line, puts down a 788 at 81 miles an hour. It's going to be Hunter Gallant v. Isabella Marshall for the final of Junior Lightning. And here comes Isabella Marshall for the last junior run of the evening. A guaranteed finalist, taking a competition single pass with Canco and De Silva Auto World. Taking this pass down the drag strip with her. 809 up on her board. Stopping the timer with an 811 at 82 miles an hour. Not bad at all.
So here we go, final round, triple index. So going back to juniors, how about Owen Armstrong? Maybe that should be, maybe that's a routine worth looking at. If you turn the wind light on in round number 1, you want to celebrate by doing 1.5 donuts after the finish line. Then you're like good to go for the rest of the day. You'll just mow right through everybody. Mark Muscat kills the index, 650 with a 7 in the final round. Tyler Smith had the advantage on the starting line. He went 029 in his 750 dialed Chevelle, but at the finish line could manage just 768, or did manage 768. So Mark Muscant getting there first by 80 thou to go dead on the 650 index. So Mark Muscant is our winner in triple index. So we have top comp in the lanes. Bunch of fast door cars and fast dragsters. You take a little bit of top sportsman and a little bit of top dragster, and you've got top comp. Well, kinda. Top comp contested to the 8th mile. So Brandon Thomas picking up the win over Nick Bond. Nick Bond with the starting line advantage, but could not run the number at the finish line, or purposely did not run the number at the finish line and wound up behind. Brandon Thomas got there by 0.03 of a second to be one above. He was 0.60 on the starting line, but got away with it. Now Justin Bond and Aaron Young. Aaron Young is in the right lane, dialed 493. Justin Bond dialed almost a full half second quicker at 446. Right lane will leave first. Left lane will do the chasing. So, 4 bulbs lit. We're going. Well, lots of on and off the throttle, but in the end, it's Justin Bond getting there first. 475. Good enough on the 446 dial. Aaron Young with some kind of issues. Heard her lift early, then on and off the gas a couple of times after that. Justin Bond moves on. Now, father taking on son, or son taking on father, depending on how you want to look at it. Lincoln and Derek Shirk. Derek Shirk set to go in the right lane, dialed 440. Lincoln Shirk will be leaving first, dialed 485. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod. We need Top Fuel Harley Davidson, and we need Pro Mods to the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harley, Pro Mods, come on down. So this will be final round for Pro Mod. Be round number 2 for Top Fuel Harley. But we need you guys now. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods, come on down to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, Limited Street and Real Street. We need you guys to be ready to go. The hour is late. We want to get you at least one more round. So for that to happen, we need your utmost cooperation. So please get ready to go. Outlaw 275, Limited Street and Real Street. You are on standby. Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley, make your way to staging. I hear race cars. So father and son. Son, tower side of the racetrack. So is the old man going to teach the kid a thing or two? Well, we're going to find out. Derek Shirk, dad in the right lane. Lincoln Shirk, son in the left lane. 485 and 440 are the dials. Dad pre-stages the car, now Lincoln does. Derek in. Lincoln in. Yeah. That's the kid teaching the old man a thing or two. So Lincoln 018 up front. Derek Shirk, well, he kind of missed the tree. Had a little nap on the starting line. Lincoln Shirk, one above, exactly. 486 with a 0 on the 485 dial, so he was 18 thou total. Derek Shirk was late and under. Monique Ambrosi, left side of the racetrack, dialed 446. Gonna take on Scott Robinson. Robinson in the door car, dialed 499. 1,000th the difference at the starting line. Scott Robinson was 008, Monique was 009. At the finish line, Robinson 5 above and behind by 38 thou. Monique Ambrosi, 009 up front, 447 with a 3 on the 446. That'd be 22 thou to move on to round number next. Emily Gerard and Jason Gibson now. A couple more dragsters. Jason Gibson dials 5 seconds exactly. Emily Gerard dialed 453. Hey, listen up in the pits, Mark Muscant. Mark Muscant, we would very much like to see you in the winner's circle. Mark Muscant, come on up here to the winner's circle. We would love to take your pick. Mark Muscant, please report to the winner's circle. That's like one of the best calls you could ever get over the PA. Kowalski, dialed 463 left lane. Mike Kenworthy dialed 526 right lane. Both cars making their way towards the beam. Kowalski lights the pre-stage. Now Kenworthy does. Is nobody moving? We doing this? Kenworthy goes in. Kowalski, I'm pretty sure was forced to pedal it, but still made it work. Kenworthy takes over well over 2/10, almost 2.5 tenths of a second at the stripe to be under by 3 thousandths. Oh, man. Had the starting line advantage 014 to 079. Kowalski was pedaling the car. So Kowalski moves on. Now Dane LeKelt and Ken Orser. Couple of pretty cool cars down there on the starting line right now. Winlight, Dane LeKelt. One above with a 6. 406 with a 6 on the 405 dial. Here's the thing, Ken Orser had a sizable starting line advantage. Orser did a fine job on the starting line. He was 012. Dane LeKelt kind of missed it. He was 133. LeKelt with the power to run him down. There goes LeKelt Racing with the siren on the golf cart. So that dragster runs pretty good. 0.985 to the 60 foot. So we're going to make the call now for the radial cars. You guys know the drill, but Outlaw 275, come on down to 5 and 6. Limited Street, come on down 2, 3, and 4, and Real Street to lanes 1 and 2. Radial cars, come on down to the staging lanes. Radial cars, we need you now. Here comes our Pro Mod finalists around the corner, underneath the bridge. Just giving the surface a quick drag, as I understand it, just based on the chatter over the radio. We have made the call for our radial cars. Easy for me to say. Outlaw 275, we need you in 5 and 6. Limited Street, we need you in 3 and 4. And Real Street, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Hey, Mark Muscant. We're still looking for Mark Muscant in the winner's circle. So Mark Muscant, our winner in Triple Index today. Mark Muscant, please report to the winner's circle. We got one of those big checks waiting for you, along with a trophy. If you're pitted near Mark Muscant and he's like over there not paying attention, go give him a little tug on the shoulder for us if you wouldn't mind.
Couple big old Pro Mod burnouts for this Pro Mod final. The final two. Dale Pedersen in the left lane in the 69 Camaro. 525 powered unit. Nick Duda in the quickest conventional small block Chevy in the world. powered 1963 Corvette. This one is for all the marbles.
So we have watched Nick Duda just chop away at the ET and mile per hour numbers. 378, 203 miles an hour. New personal best for Duda and team. In the Performance World Corvette. Well, he gives the win light up in this case. Dale Peterson, 387, 200 miles an hour, and Nick Duda had his hands full over there in the right lane. Duda was ahead at the 60-foot. He was sub 1 second, 0.984 to the 60-foot. And that's where, well, not maybe there, but troubles began shortly thereafter. He was forced to get on and off the throttle a few times, ultimately coasting across the finish line, 466, 116, and a little closer to the wall than he'd like to be. But ultimately, was able to hang on to it. It's all in one piece. Absolutely fabulous performance by that car this weekend. But big congrats going out to Dale Peterson. Peterson consistently running in the 380 zone. Again, going 387 at 200 miles an hour in the final round. To take the win. Now some top fuel Harleys. We're going to burn a little nitro. It's our #1 qualifier. Austin Christopher going to take on Pete Waugh here in round number 2. Semi-final round. Pete Waugh for Big Kids Racing over there in the right-hand lane. Went 658. The prior round, Austin Christopher was 638. So the race director has made the call to shut them off. Guess what? Safety down at the 8th mile is detecting a few drops. So we're going to just sit tight for a moment and see where this goes. So it's good to see Mark Muscant made it to the winner's circle. Congratulations. Dale Peterson, come on down to the winner's circle. Dale Peterson, please report to the winner's circle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have made the call. We are throwing in the towel. That is it. So that is going to bring day number 2 at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026 to a close. So the game plan moving forward is to continue on in the morning. So everybody be prepared to go. But we are done for tonight. So want to thank everybody for all your cooperation throughout the day, showing up when we call you and so on and so forth. Want to thank safety and the starting line crew and all the employees here at Mission Raceway Park for all the great work today. It was a challenging day. It was a tough day, no doubt about it, but we did the best we could with what we had. So great job, everybody. And so gonna wish you all a good night. If you're traveling home, please do so safely, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Mike, you want to say goodnight?
Well, thanks for a good day, guys. Lots of speed bumps throughout the day, but like John said, we did the best we could, so I really enjoyed it. Yesterday was the most fun day I've ever had at work ever, and this was my first Smoke, Fire, and Thunder that I've announced at. I sincerely enjoyed it. So thanks, everybody, for everything. Racers and track staff alike. Shutting her down, over and out. Have a good night.
And just one more time, Dale Peterson, we would love to see you up here in the winner's circle. Dale Peterson, come on up to the winner's circle. If you don't want to, that's all right. We can take care of it tomorrow, but if you're ready to go, we'd like to take care of it now. Once again, good night, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Great job.